Hello everyone, and welcome back to X-Ranger. Before we begin, I thought it would be interesting if each of you could leave a comment indicating which part of the world you're joining us from. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the episodes. Now let's get comfortable, relax, and start our program. I've ridden this stretch of road 1,000 times. It's my usual route home after a late one. 2 lanes, mostly straight, cutting through miles and miles of cornfields so tall they feel like walls on either side. At night, it's just you, your headlight, and the darkness pressing in from all sides. My bike's an older Honda Shadow, nothing fancy, but it's reliable. The engine was humming that familiar, steady rhythm, a sound I usually find comforting. But that night, everything felt different almost from the moment I turned onto 71. It was around 2:30 in the morning. The roads were dead empty. I hadn't seen another car for maybe 20 minutes. I remember shifting in my seat, trying to get comfortable. My jeans were sticking to my legs a little from the humidity, and the cool air rushing past wasn't really doing much to help. I had my helmet on, the visor cracked just a bit to let some air in. I could smell the corn, that sweet, almost dusty smell you get in late August when the stalks are drying out. It's a smell I've known my whole life, but that night it just felt heavy, like a warning. I was doing about 60, just cruising, not in any particular hurry. My headlight cut a narrow path through the blackness, illuminating the yellow line and just enough of the asphalt ahead. Beyond that, nothing, just pitch black. The corn on either side was way over my head. Even sitting on the bike, it was so dense it looked solid, like a black curtain. Then I saw them, up ahead, on the left side of the road, maybe 100 feet in front of me. 2 points of light, yellow. Not like car headlights or a reflection. They were glowing, a dull, sickly yellow, like old candle flame, but steady, and they were high up. Way too high. My first thought, the automatic one, was deer. You see a lot of deer out here, especially at night. Their eyes shine in the headlights, but a deer's eyes are usually greenish or white, and they're lower to the ground. These were different. These were big, and they were high. I'm 6 feet tall, and sitting on the bike, my head is maybe 7.5 feet off the ground. These eyes were above my eye level, a good foot or more above the top of the corn, which was itself a good 8 feet tall. My brain just sort of stuttered. It couldn't process what I was seeing. I instinctively rolled off the throttle, the engine's drone dropping to a lower growl. I didn't brake hard, just eased off, letting the bike slow naturally. I was squinting, trying to make sense of the shape behind the eyes. The headlight wasn't hitting it directly yet, just illuminating the eyes themselves, which seemed to almost float in the darkness. As I got closer, maybe 50 feet away now, the main beam of my headlight finally washed over the thing standing at the edge of the cornfield. It was tall, so damn tall, upright on 2 legs. The cornstalks came up to its mid-thigh. I'm not good at estimating heights, especially when I'm terrified, but I'd swear it was at least 8, maybe 9 feet tall. It was massive through the shoulders and chest, built thick and solid like a power lifter, but scaled up. It wasn't lanky or awkward. It looked powerful, immense. It wasn't a bear. Bears don't stand straight up like that for more than a second, and they're rounder, shaggier. This thing had a shape, broad shoulders that tapered down to a narrower waist. Its arms were long, hanging down past its knees. The whole thing was covered in what looked like hair or fur, but it was dark, a blackish brown that just absorbed the light, making it hard to see any real detail. It was just this huge, dark, solid silhouette against the slightly lighter darkness of the corn, and it was moving, or it had been. When my headlight first fully caught it, it was standing perfectly still, facing the road, but its head was turned to the left, looking east, down the length of the field. It was a calm, deliberate movement, not startled, not panicked, just looking. Then as my bike continued to coast forward, now down to maybe 20 miles per hour, it started to walk. It didn't run, it didn't bolt. It took a step, then another into the corn. Its walk was smooth, fluid. There was a heavy grace to it that was all wrong. It should have been crashing through the stalks, making a huge racket, but it didn't. The corn just seemed to part for it, the stalks rustling with a soft, whispering sound that was almost completely drowned out by my bike's engine. It moved with this unnerving calm, like it owned the night and everything in it. My heart was hammering against my ribs, a frantic, painful drumming. I could feel the blood roaring in my ears. My hands were clenched so tight on the handlebars that my knuckles were white and aching. I'd completely forgotten to breathe. I sucked in a sharp, ragged gasp of air that tasted like gasoline and corn dust. This was the moment the real terror hit. Not from the size, not from the strangeness, but from a memory that slammed into me with the force of a physical blow. I'd seen it before, 3 years ago in the fall. I was deer hunting about 20 miles from here in a different stretch of woods. I was up in my tree stand before sunrise, and I saw something moving through the trees below. It was big and dark, walking on 2 legs. It passed maybe 70 yards away, and for one single heart-stopping second, it turned and looked right at me. I saw those same yellow eyes, glowing in the dim pre-dawn light. I'd convinced myself it was a trick of the light, a big buck I'd spooked, my mind playing games from being alone in the woods for too long. I'd buried the memory, shoved it down deep because it was too weird, too frightening to be real. But it was real, and it was the same thing. This was the same creature. That realization was like a bucket of ice water dumped over my head. The chills started at the base of my skull and shot down my spine, so intense it felt like my backbone had been replaced with a rod of frozen steel. My skin prickled all over with goosebumps. This wasn't a random one-time weirdness. This thing was here, it existed, and I was looking at it again. And then it glanced back. Its head, which had been facing forward as it walked into the corn, turned. Just a slight turn to the side. Those 2 glowing yellow orbs locked directly onto me. The world shrank to just those eyes and me. The sound of my bike faded into a distant hum. I couldn't feel the handlebars anymore. I couldn't feel the seat beneath me. I was just pinned, frozen, held in place by that gaze. It wasn't a blank animal stare. There was something behind it, a cold, ancient intelligence, a recognition. It felt like it was looking right through my helmet, through my skin, right into the core of me. It knew I was the one from the woods. I felt it. It was a knowing look, and it was utterly terrifying. The glance only lasted for 2, maybe 3 seconds, but it felt like an hour. In that sliver of time, 1,000 thoughts raced through my head, all of them screaming in panic. It remembers you. It knows you saw it. What is it? Why is it here? Is it going to charge? Can it outrun the bike? My right hand twitched, ready to twist the throttle wide open, but my body was too locked up to move. Then it turned its head back forward and took another step, and then it was gone, just swallowed by the corn. The rustling sound stopped. The glowing eyes vanished. I was still rolling forward, my speed almost gone. I instinctively pulled the clutch in and coasted, my boots dragging lightly on the asphalt as I came to a stop right about where it had been standing. The bike idled roughly beneath me. I killed the engine. The silence was immediate and absolute. It was a heavy, smothering silence. No crickets, no frogs, nothing. It was like the entire world had been muted. The only sound was the frantic, ragged sound of my own breathing and the tink, tink, tink of my engine cooling down. I was drenched in a cold sweat. I could feel it beading on my forehead, soaking through my t-shirt under my jacket. My hands were trembling so badly I could barely keep hold of the handlebars. I forced myself to look at the spot where it had disappeared. The corn was perfectly still. No movement, no sign that anything, let alone a 9-foot-tall monster, had just walked through it. It was just a wall of dark, silent plants. I stared into that darkness, my eyes straining, trying to see any shape, any movement, those horrible yellow eyes. Nothing. I don't know how long I sat there, maybe a minute, maybe 5. Time had lost all meaning. My mind was racing, trying to find a logical explanation. A person in a costume at 2:30 in the morning in the middle of nowhere, standing in a cornfield. No, a moose. We don't have moose in Illinois. A sick bear walking upright. It didn't move like a bear. It was too tall. Its proportions were all wrong. There was no explanation. There was only the memory of its sheer size, the impossible calm of its walk, and the chilling intelligence in that final glance. I finally fumbled for the ignition key, my fingers clumsy and numb. The engine coughed to life, the sound horribly loud in the silence. I didn't even look behind me. I just twisted the throttle and took off, the bike lurching forward. I didn't slow down for curves. I didn't look at my speedometer, but I knew I was pushing 80, 90 miles an hour. The wind whipped at my jacket, but I didn't feel cold. I just felt exposed, vulnerable. The rest of the ride home was a blur of sheer panic. Every shadow at the edge of my headlight was a moving shape. Every rustle of leaves from the wind was the sound of something huge moving through the undergrowth. I kept checking my mirrors, expecting to see those yellow eyes gaining on me from behind. I've never been so relieved to see the porch light of my house. I pulled into my driveway, killed the engine, and just sat there for another 10 minutes, listening for heavy footsteps, for the sound of corn stalks breaking. Nothing. I ran inside, locked the door behind me, and for the first time in years, I pushed a chair up against the knob. I didn't sleep that night. I sat on my couch in the dark, staring out the window towards the direction of Route 71. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those eyes. I felt that chill down my spine. I've told a couple of people. My friend just laughed and said I'd had too much to drink, which I hadn't. My brother got quiet and told me to be careful out there on those roads. He didn't say what to be careful of. He didn't have to. I still have to ride that road for work. I do it during the day now, whenever possible. But sometimes I can't avoid a late night. Every single time, as I approach that stretch of cornfield, my heart starts to pound. I slow down. I scan the edge of the field, my high beams on. I'm looking for a break in the corn, for a pair of glowing eyes, for any sign. I know it's still out there. I know it saw me, and I know with a certainty that sits like a stone in my gut that it remembers Anasanai. Story 2. It was one of those late August days where the heat just sits on you, even with the air conditioning on full blast. We were driving home, all of us tired and sunburned and kind of sick of each other after a week at a rental house north of Bethany Beach. I was in the back seat of our SUV, my dad driving, my mum in the passenger seat, and my older brother Kyle slumped against the window asleep with his headphones on. I was 13 that summer, stuck in that awful middle space where you're too old for kid stuff, but everyone still treats you like one. The vacation had been okay, I guess. Lots of beach time, which was good, but also a lot of forced family fun, which was not. I was just glad to be heading back to Pennsylvania, back to my own room and my video games. We were on Route 1, the coastal highway. It's not a super exciting road. A lot of it is just flat land, fields and patches of woods, with the occasional strip mall or gas station. We'd passed the Rehoboth Beach outlets a while back, and everything had started to look the same. I was bored, just staring out the window, watching the world blur by. The cornfields were everywhere, miles and miles of them. Most of the corn was still standing, but it was that time of year where it's all dried out, this pale, dusty yellow color. Like old paper. It was tall too, way over my head, if I'd been standing in it. I remember thinking it looked like a golden wall running alongside the road. We passed a sign for the Milton exit, and I didn't think anything of it. I didn't know Delaware at all. It was just a name on a green sign, and then I saw it. It wasn't a slow realization. It was just There. My eyes were scanning the field, and they landed on it, and my brain just stopped. About 300 feet back from the road, standing smack in the middle of this sea of yellow corn, was this figure. It was dark, not black, but a deep, muddy brown, like wet tree bark. The corn was maybe 7 feet tall, and this thing was standing a good 2 or 3 feet above it, so it was huge, just massive. I could see its head and its shoulders clearly. The head wasn't really round like a human's. It was more cone-shaped, sort of pointed at the top, and it sat directly on these broad, powerful-looking shoulders. There was no visible neck. Its body was thick, I'd guess about 3 feet wide, just a solid trunk of a thing. It was just standing there, completely still, facing the road, facing me. For a full 10 seconds, I didn't move, I didn't breathe. I just stared. The car was probably going 55, 60 miles an hour, so we were passing it, but those 10 seconds felt like an hour. My mind was racing, trying to file it away as something normal. A scarecrow? No, scarecrows don't look like that. And they aren't that big, a piece of farm equipment. Nothing I'd ever seen. A person? No way. No person is built like that. No person stands that still, with that kind of presence. And then the thought hit me, and it was like a bucket of ice water got dumped straight into my stomach. It was a thought that felt both ridiculous and terrifyingly correct all at once. Bigfoot. I'd seen shows on TV. Finding Bigfoot, those dumb monster documentaries they play late at night. I knew what people said they looked like. The height, the bulk, the conical head, the dark hair. This thing in the field matched every single description. The terror wasn't just from seeing something strange. It was from the specific, chilling recognition of what it might be. This wasn't some blurry, maybe it's a bear sighting. This was clear. I could see the way its shoulders sloped, the texture of its dark fur that looked almost shaggy, the way it was just planted there, immovable. My heart started hammering against my ribs so hard I thought it would burst out of my chest. I felt cold and hot at the same time. My palms were instantly sweaty. I wanted to say something, to scream, to point, but my voice was gone. It was stuck in my throat, a dry, painful lump. I looked frantically from the thing in the field to my family. My dad had the radio on low, some classic rock station. He was just driving, one hand on the wheel, his mind a million miles away. My mom was scrolling through her phone, probably looking at pictures from the beach. Kyle was still dead asleep, his mouth slightly open. They had no idea. The most terrifying thing I had ever seen was right outside the window, and my own family was completely oblivious. I felt a crazy, panicked loneliness wash over me. I was the only one seeing this. I was the only one carrying this fear. I twisted in my seat, pressing my face against the window, my breath fogging the glass. The thing was still there. It hadn't moved an inch. It was just a dark sentinel in that golden field. And then we passed a clump of trees that lined the edge of the field, and it was gone from view. Just like that. Dad! The word finally tore out of me, sharp and too loud. My dad jumped a little, glancing at me in the rearview mirror. What? You gotta go to the bathroom. No! Stop the car! Go back! My voice was shaking. My mom turned around, her face concerned. Honey, what's wrong? You look white as a sheet. There was something in the field. Back there, a huge thing. I was gesturing wildly behind us, my hands trembling. Kyle stirred, pulling one headphone off his ear. What's his problem? I saw something in the cornfield. It was like a monster. I knew how stupid it sounded the second I said it. Monster. But I didn't have a better word. My dad sighed. That tired parent sigh I knew so well. Probably just a deer, bud. They're big animals, or a stack of hay bales. The light plays tricks out here. It wasn't a deer. It was standing on 2 legs. It was taller than the corn. It was looking right at us. I was practically shouting, my desperation making me sound hysterical. Calm down, Alex, my mom said, using her soothing voice. It was probably just a trick of the light, like your dad said. You were half asleep. I wasn't half asleep. I'd never been more awake in my entire life. Every nerve in my body was screaming. I felt a surge of frustration so strong I wanted to cry. They weren't listening. They weren't going to turn around. Please, I begged, my voice cracking. Just go back. It was right near that Milton exit. Please, just for a second. My dad shook his head. We're making good time, son. I'm not turning around to go look at a shadow in a field. You can look it up online when we get home if you're that curious. Look it up online, as if I'd seen a weird bird or something. The finality in his voice crushed me. I slumped back in my seat, defeated. The car felt like a prison. I kept staring out the back window, hoping for another glimpse, but all I could see was the empty road stretching out behind us, the cornfields now just a distant, blurry yellow line. The rest of the drive was agony. The normalcy inside the car was a stark, horrifying contrast to the chaos in my head. My dad hummed along to the radio. My mom went back to her phone. Kyle put his headphones back on and closed his eyes, and I just sat there, frozen, replaying those 10 seconds over and over and over again. I could see it so clearly. The way the late afternoon sun, which was starting to get that orangey glow, hit its dark fur. It didn't shine. It just absorbed the light, making it look even more solid, more real. I remembered the sheer bulk of its shoulders. They weren't just broad, they were thick, like it was made of solid muscle and bone. I remembered the head. It wasn't a smooth cone. It looked almost ridged, like a muscular crest. And the most chilling part, the part that really made my skin crawl, was that it was just so still, unnaturally still. Not like an animal waiting, but like a statue that was watching. I tried to tell myself it was a bear, but bears on two legs are wobbly. They don't stand straight up and motionless for that long, and they don't have that shape. This thing was built like a linebacker, but on a giant scale. I thought about the distance. 300 feet. I was good at judging distances from playing baseball. It was far, but not so far that I couldn't make out details. The lack of a neck, the way its arms would have been, hanging at its sides, though the corn hid them. I was certain it had arms. The feeling in my gut wasn't just fear, it was a deep, primal dread. It was the feeling you get when you know on some instinctual level that you are not at the top of the food chain, that there's something out there that is bigger, stronger, and completely unknown. It was the feeling of being looked at by something that shouldn't exist. I kept my face turned to the window for the next hour, but I wasn't really seeing the scenery anymore. I was just seeing that field, that figure. I was trying to memorize the exact spot, the Milton exit. I repeated it in my head like a mantra. Milton exit, Milton exit. But what good did that do? I didn't know the road names or the farm names. It was just a stretch of Route 1 somewhere near Milton, Delaware, a needle in a haystack of cornfields. As we got closer to home, the sky darkened. The initial heart-pounding terror had faded into a low, constant hum of anxiety. My body felt heavy, drained. My family started to perk up, talking about what we'd have for dinner, about unpacking the car. Their world was returning to normal. Mine felt permanently shifted, cracked open. We finally pulled into our driveway just as it was getting properly dark. The familiar sight of our house with its porch light on should have been comforting, but it wasn't. It felt small and fragile. As I got out of the car, the summer night air felt different. It felt watchful. The shadows between the trees in our backyard seemed deeper, more menacing. Every little night sound, a cricket, a distant dog barking, made me jump. I helped bring the bags in, moving like a zombie. I went straight up to my room, ignoring my mom's offer of pizza. I closed my door and sat on my bed in the dark. I pulled out my phone, my hands still not quite steady. I opened a search engine and typed Bigfoot sighting Delaware Route 1. A bunch of links came up, forum posts, a few blurry pictures, a blog from a cryptozoology group. My heart leapt into my throat. I wasn't the only one. I started reading, my eyes scanning the screen frantically. There were a few accounts from other people. A truck driver who said he saw a tall, dark figure crossing the road near Ellendale a few years back. A couple who were camping in Redden State Forest who heard whoops and wood knocks, and then I found it. A post from 2 years ago on a paranormal subreddit. The title was "Strange Figure in Cornfield Near Milton." My blood ran cold. The user described driving on Route 1 with his family, heading home from the beach. He was a kid sitting in the back seat. He described the dried yellow corn. He estimated the thing was 300 feet from the road. He described its height, its dark brown color, its conical head, its immense shoulders. He said it stood perfectly still, just watching the cars go by. He talked about the Milton exit. He talked about the terror of recognition. He talked about his family not believing him. It was my story, almost word for word, the same stretch of road, the same time of year, the same exact thing. I sat there in the dark, the glow of the phone screen the only light in the room. I felt a weird mix of validation and absolute soul-crushing horror. It was real. This thing was real, and it was out there, and it had been standing in that same field, or one just like it, for years. It was a pattern, a habit. I wasn't crazy, I hadn't imagined it, but that knowledge didn't make me feel better. It made it 1,000 times worse, because it meant that the thing I saw, that dark, silent giant in the corn, wasn't a one-time fluke. It was a resident. It was just out there, living its life in the fields and woods of a place I'd driven through without a second thought. I put my phone down. I didn't sleep much that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw it standing there, motionless, watching, and I knew with a certainty that has never left me that it wasn't just looking at the road. In that moment, as our car sped past, it was looking right at me. It saw me seeing it, and that's the part I still can't explain, the part that haunts me more than anything else, the feeling that our eyes met, for just a split second, across that sea of yellow corn. And in that silent exchange, I felt so small, so utterly insignificant, and so completely terrifyingly known. So, Story 3. It was one of those late summer days that felt like it would never end, the kind where the air is warm, but you can feel the chill of autumn waiting just around the corner. I must have been 16 or 17. My best friend, let's just call him Mark, and his older brother, who was probably 21 or 22 at the time, had picked me up in his beat-up Toyota pickup truck. It was an old thing, tan-colored with a cracked dashboard and a smell inside that was a mix of old fast food, wet dog and gasoline. We'd driven up into Canada, just across the border, for no real reason other than to say we did. Just a dumb kid thing to do. We were on our way back, cruising down this 2-lane highway that snakes alongside the Kettle River in Washington. The light was starting to go, that long golden hour where everything looks peaceful and soft. We had the windows down because the truck's AC had given up the ghost years ago. The wind was roaring in, messing up our hair, and we had some rock station from Spokane blasting on the radio. I was in the middle seat. Mark was by the passenger window, and his brother was driving. We were just talking crap, laughing about nothing, the way you do when you're that age, and the whole world feels like it's yours for the taking. I remember the feeling of the vibrating seat under my legs, the way the old suspension kind of floated over the bumps in the road. It was just a perfect, normal, boring drive home. Then his brother screamed. It wasn't a shout. It was a full-on, ripped from his throat scream, a sound of pure, unfiltered terror. At the exact same time, he slammed both feet down on the brake pedal so hard that my forehead almost hit the dashboard. The tires screeched and the whole truck shuddered, fishtailing a little on the gravel at the edge of the pavement. The seatbelt locked and dug into my shoulder and chest. My heart instantly jumped into my throat, a solid, painful lump. "What the hell?" Mark yelled, his voice cracking. His brother didn't answer. He was just staring dead ahead, his knuckles white on the steering wheel, his face completely drained of color. He looked like he'd just seen a ghost. I followed his gaze, my own heart hammering against my ribs so hard I could feel it in my ears. And that's when I saw it. Maybe 100 feet ahead of us, just where our headlights were starting to push back the dusk. Something was crossing the road. It wasn't a deer. It wasn't a bear. It was a man. But it wasn't a man. It was huge. I mean, genuinely, terrifyingly huge. It had to be at least 8 feet tall, maybe more. It was covered in shaggy, dark brown hair that was almost black in the fading light. It was walking on 2 legs, upright, just like a person, but its arms were longer, swinging at its sides with a heavy, powerful rhythm. It took 2, maybe 3 massive strides from one side of the road to the other, moving from the steep, tree-covered embankment on our left, across the asphalt, and toward the even steeper mountain slope on our right. For a second, I thought my brain had broken. This couldn't be real. We all just sat there, frozen, the engine idling rough, the radio still playing some stupid pop song that felt obscenely out of place. The thing was almost across, its back to us. I remember thinking, it's just a guy in a big coat, a really big guy. I was trying so hard to make it into something my mind could understand. Then it stopped. It was on the shoulder of the road, right at the edge where the asphalt meets the dirt, and the trees start climbing straight up, and it pivoted. It didn't turn its whole body. It twisted at the waist, a fluid, unnatural movement, and looked back at us. That was the moment. That was the moment the world stopped making sense. Its face. It was both human and ape. It had a heavy brow ridge, shadowing its eyes, but beneath that, I could see the glint of what looked like intelligence. It wasn't the dumb animal stare of a bear. It was assessing us. Its nose was broad and flat, and its jaw was powerful. The whole face was framed by that matted dark hair. It looked right at the truck, right at me. I felt seen. I felt known. It was only for a second, maybe 2, but it felt like an hour. My blood went cold. It wasn't just fear. It was a deep, primal understanding that I was looking at something I was never supposed to see. Then it turned back, and with a kind of loping, effortless jog, it started up the mountain. It didn't scramble or climb on all fours. It just jogged, upright. Its powerful legs ate up the steep, rocky slope like it was nothing. The sheer physical power of it was staggering. Go! 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 Mark was yelling, slapping his brother's arm, but his brother didn't go. Instead, he killed the engine. The sudden silence was deafening. The roar of the wind was gone. The radio was off. All we could hear was the tick-tick-tick of the hot engine cooling down and the frantic, ragged sound of our own breathing. "What are you doing?" I whispered, my voice trembling so bad I could barely get the words out. "Shut up," his brother hissed, his eyes locked on the spot where the thing had disappeared into the trees. We sat there in the silent, dim truck. The headlights were still on, casting 2 beams of light onto the empty road and the dark wall of trees beyond. My skin was crawling. Every hair on my arms and the back of my neck was standing straight up. I could feel a cold sweat breaking out all over my body. I was shaking, a fine, constant tremor that I had no control over. I remember gripping the edge of the seat, the rough, synthetic fabric digging into my fingers. Then we heard it. First, it was the sound of something massive moving through the undergrowth, not a careful walk, but a powerful, deliberate push. We heard branches snapping, not little twigs, but thick, wrist-sized branches cracking like gunshots in the quiet evening. Crack. Crack. Then the sound of something heavy displacing rocks, sending a small cascade of gravel tumbling down the slope, and then we heard the breathing. It was a heavy, wet, rhythmic sound, a deep huff, 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 like a large animal, but with a resonance to it that felt purposeful. It was working its way up the mountain, and it was grunting with the effort. Low, guttural grunts that vibrated right through the truck's metal frame and into my bones. It sounded impossibly strong. It sounded close, way too close, and then the smell hit us. It came in through the open windows, a wave of putrid, overwhelming stench. It's hard to describe, but I'll never forget it. It was the smell of a latrine, of rotten meat, of a wet dog that had rolled in something dead, all mixed together and concentrated into one foul cloud. It was so thick, it felt like you could taste it at the back of your throat. It was the smell of feces and decay, a primal animal reek that made your stomach clench. Mark gagged. I felt my own saliva flood my mouth, the prelude to vomiting. I covered my nose and mouth with my shirt, but it didn't help. The smell was everywhere, clinging to the inside of the truck, clinging to us. It was a smell that felt alive, a smell that felt like a violation. We were paralyzed. We couldn't speak. We couldn't move. We just sat there, listening to this thing crashing through the forest, hearing its heavy, grunting breaths and breathing in its horrific stench. I felt like prey. I felt like a mouse that had just seen the shadow of an owl and was now frozen, hoping it wouldn't be seen. My mind was screaming, "Start the truck! Start the truck!" but my body wouldn't obey. I was locked in place by a fear so pure and so ancient, it felt like it came from a part of my brain I didn't even know I had. The sounds started to get fainter. The crashing moved further up the mountain. The grunts became more distant. The smell began to slowly, mercifully dissipate, carried away on a slight breeze that felt like a gift from God. His brother finally moved. His hand was shaking so violently he could barely get the key into the ignition. He turned it. The engine groaned, coughed, and then roared to life. The sound was jarringly loud after the long silence. He didn't even look. He just threw the truck into drive and stomped on the gas. The tires spun, kicking up gravel and dust, and then we were flying down that road. He had the pedal pressed to the floor. The old Toyota was shaking, the engine screaming in protest. He didn't slow down for curves. He just leaned on the horn, a long, continuous blare, as if that could ward off any other horrors lurking in the dark. None of us spoke. We just stared straight ahead, our bodies tense, flinching at every shadow, every shape on the side of the road. We didn't stop until we pulled into the bright, fluorescent-lit safety of a gas station in the next town over. We all piled out of the truck on shaky legs. We looked at each other, our faces pale and wide-eyed. We tried to talk, to put it into words, but all we could do was stammer. "Did you see the smell?" It looked right at us. We told our parents when we got home. Mark's brother did most of the talking. They listened with these patient, skeptical smiles. My dad clapped me on the shoulder and said, "Probably just a big black bear, son. They can look funny, standing up in the dark." Mark's mom said we'd been watching too many scary movies. They didn't believe us. Not a word. And after a while, we stopped trying to convince them. What was the point? We knew what we saw. We knew what we heard. We knew what we smelled. That was years ago. Mark, his brother, and I, we're all grown up now, with jobs and families of our own. But every year, around the time it happened, one of us will text the others, Bigfoot anniversary, and we'll get together, have a beer, and toast to it. We don't talk about it in detail. We don't have to. It's just a quiet acknowledgement, a look that passes between us, a look that says, "I was there, I know." The memory of that thing turning at the waist, its face caught in the headlights, and that wave of foul, overwhelming odor hitting us, it's etched into me. It's a chill that never really goes away. It's the proof, burned into my soul, that there are still things in the deep, dark woods that we know nothing about. And sometimes on a quiet night, if I catch a certain smell on the wind, my heart still skips a beat. Story 4. So, back in February of 2015, I was working as a security guard. Not at some mall or office building, but way the hell out in the middle of nowhere in northern Ontario. The place was a hydroelectric generating station, one of those old, hulking concrete structures built right into the rock next to a massive river. In the summer, it's beautiful, all green and wild. In the winter, it's a different planet, just white and silent and brutally cold. My shift started at 10 that night. I remember the drive out was already getting bad. The snow wasn't just falling, it was being thrown sideways by the wind, a proper blizzard. My little Jeep Cherokee was sliding all over the gravel road that leads to the station. The only reason I even made it was because I'd done it 100 times before. The radio was crackling with a weather warning, telling people to stay off the roads. Too late for me. The station itself was a ghost town at night. Just me. There was a day crew for maintenance, but they'd all left hours ago. My job was simple. Do a patrol around the perimeter fence every couple of hours, check that all the access doors were locked, and make sure the control panels in the main building didn't have any alarm lights blinking red. Most nights, it was boring. You'd fight to stay awake. You'd drink bad coffee from a thermos and listen to the hum of the generators, a deep, vibrating sound that you felt in your bones more than heard. I did my first patrol around 11. It was miserable. The wind cut right through my parka and the snow stung my face. My flashlight beam just bounced off a wall of white. I couldn't see more than 15 feet in front of me. I did a quick loop, saw nothing but swirling snow, and practically ran back to the warmth of the guard shack, a small heated room attached to the main building where I spent most of my time. Midnight rolled around, time for the second patrol. I remember sighing, pulling my balaclava back up over my face and zipping my coat tight. I decided to take the truck for this one. We had an old Ford F-150 for site use. It was a beast, four-wheel drive, and it had a powerful spotlight mounted on the driver's side. It was better than walking through a snowdrift. I started the truck, let it warm up for a minute, and then pulled out, driving slowly along the inner service road that ran parallel to the chain-link perimeter fence. The fence was 10 feet tall, topped with barbed wire, meant to keep out bears and moose and, I guess, people, though God knows who'd be out there in that weather. The headlights and the spotlight did a better job than my handheld flashlight, but not by much. The world was just this tiny, illuminated bubble of flying snow and the dark shape of the fence. I was about halfway around the perimeter near the tree line where the forest comes right up to the fence when I saw something that made me slow down. There was a break in the snowdrifts piled against the fence. I swung the spotlight over and I saw the tracks. My first thought was, moose! We get massive moose up there, but these weren't moose tracks. Moose tracks are cloven hooves. These were footprints, bipedal. Something walking on two legs. I brought the truck to a complete stop, the engine rumbling. I angled the spotlight directly at them. They were huge. I'm not just saying big. I mean, they were huge. Each one was sunk deep into the snow, like whatever made them was incredibly heavy. They were longer than my forearm, from my elbow to my fingertips, and they were fresh. The snow was still falling into them, but you could see the sharp edges, the details of the impressions. They hadn't been there 2 hours ago on my first walk. A cold feeling that had nothing to do with the weather started creeping up my spine. This was wrong. This was all wrong. I remember my heart starting to thump a little harder against my ribs. I scanned the tree line with the spotlight, but it was just a solid wall of black and white. The generator hums seemed to get louder, or maybe it was just the blood pounding in my ears. I put the truck in park, but I kept it running. I was staring at these footprints, trying to make sense of it. A person. No way. No person could make a print that big, that deep. A bear. Bears don't walk perfectly upright for long distances, and their prints are different, with claws. That's when I saw the fence. A section of the chain link, right where the tracks were, was bowed inward. Not a lot, but enough to see it. Like something very heavy had leaned against it or pushed on it. My mouth went dry. I fumbled for the radio mic to call it in, but then I stopped. Call it in and say what? That I found big footprints? They'd think I'd lost it. I decided to get a picture. I had my personal cell phone in my pocket. I rolled down the window, the cold air hitting me like a physical blow, and I leaned out with the phone, trying to steady my hand to take a photo of the tracks. The phone's flash went off, a bright pop in the darkness, and that's when I saw it. Movement. In the trees just beyond the reach of the spotlight, something shifted, something dark. I froze, my arm still hanging out the window. I slowly pulled my head back in and trained the spotlight toward where I'd seen the movement. At first, nothing, just trees and snow. Then it stepped out from behind a thick pine. I stopped breathing. It was tall, so goddamn tall. It had to be over 8 feet, easy. It was standing on 2 legs, completely upright. Its body was covered in what looked like shaggy, dark brown hair, almost black where it was wet with snow. Its arms were ridiculously long, hanging down past its knees. Its head was weird. It wasn't round. It was kind of conical, like a dome, sitting right on its shoulders with no real neck. But the worst part was its eyes. The spotlight caught them, and they reflected back at me. Not like a deer's eyes, which are a bright, harmless white. These were an amber color, a deep, glowing, burnt orange, and they were locked right on me. I was paralyzed. This wasn't a bear, this wasn't a moose. This was something else, something that wasn't supposed to be real. My brain was screaming at me, a jumble of every scary story and blurry photo I'd ever seen, but this was right in front of me. It was solid. It was real. It took a step forward. It didn't walk like a man. It was more of a lumbering, powerful gait, but it was smooth. It was completely silent. The only sound was the wind and the truck's engine. It took another step, coming right up to the other side of the fence. It was so close now, I could see the texture of its fur, matted and thick. I could see the sheer mass of its chest and shoulders. It was built like a powerlifter, but on a gigantic scale. Then it did something that sent a jolt of pure electric terror through my whole body. It tilted its head, just a slight, curious tilt, and in that moment, looking into those amber eyes, I didn't see an animal. I saw intelligence, a cold, calculating intelligence. It was studying me. It was looking at the truck, at the spotlight, at me inside. I finally broke out of my stupor. I threw the truck into reverse. My hands were shaking so bad, I could barely grip the wheel. That's when it charged. It didn't roar or scream. It was silent. It just exploded into motion. It covered the 20 feet between the trees and the fence in 2 massive strides. It didn't even try to go over the fence. It just slammed into it. The sound was a metallic shriek as the chain link strained. It gripped the links with its hands, huge, 5-fingered hands, and shook the entire section of fence. The posts groaned, bending inward. I was stomping on the gas, but the truck was in reverse, and the wheels were spinning in the snow. I was panicking, fumbling to get it into drive. It let go of the fence, took 1 step back, and then lunged forward again. This time, it planted its feet and slammed its whole upper body against the fence. There was a loud pop as one of the metal fence posts snapped at the base, and then it was through. The fence was down. It was inside the perimeter. I finally got the shifter into drive and slammed my foot down. The truck lurched forward. I looked in my rearview mirror, and my blood went cold. It was running. It was chasing the truck, and it was fast, unbelievably fast for its size. It was just a dark, massive shape, gaining on me through the blizzard. I swerved, trying to get back onto the main path toward the building and the lights. The truck skidded, the back end fishtailing. A split second later, there was an impact on the passenger side, a deafening thump that rocked the whole vehicle. It had caught up and hit the truck. I screamed. I couldn't help it. It was a raw, terrified sound. I jerked the wheel, straightening out, and floored it. The main building was maybe 100 yards away now. I could see the safety lights. Then, from the driver's side, a shadow fell over me. I turned my head. It was right there, level with the truck. Its face was inches from my window. It had kept pace with me. I was doing maybe 20 miles an hour in the deep snow, and this thing was just running alongside me like it was nothing. Its face, God, its face. The hair was shorter around its mouth and eyes. The skin underneath was dark, almost black. Its eyes were still that horrible, intelligent amber, pinning me in place. Its mouth was open slightly, and I could see its breath, a cloud of steam in the freezing air, but it didn't smell like breath. It smelled like rot, like a gut pile left in the sun. The smell flooded the cab through the vents. It was thick and foul, making me gag. It reached out one of those long, muscular arms and slammed a hand onto the hood of my truck. Boom! The metal shrieked and dented inward under its palm. It was herding me, pushing the truck, steering me with the force of its grip on the hood. I was sobbing now, just pure, undiluted fear. I yanked the wheel hard to the right, trying to break away from it. The tires caught on something firmer underneath the snow, and the truck shot forward, finally pulling ahead of it by a few feet. I didn't look back. I just aimed for the big garage bay door of the main building and didn't let off the gas. I hit the remote opener on my visor, praying it would work fast. The door started rattling upward. I was going too fast. I didn't care. I ducked my head and drove straight under it while it was still rising, scraping the roof rack with a horrible grinding noise. I slammed on the brakes inside the bay, the truck skidding to a halt in the middle of the concrete floor. I sat there, shaking uncontrollably. My whole body was trembling. I couldn't get a full breath. I kept expecting to see that dark shape appear in the doorway, to see those amber eyes in the darkness outside. I scrambled out of the truck, my legs so weak I almost fell. I ran to the control panel and hit the button to close the bay door. It felt like it took an hour to grind its way back down. When it finally sealed shut, I collapsed against the wall, sliding down to the floor. I stayed there for the rest of the night. I didn't move. I didn't do another patrol. I just sat on that cold concrete floor, listening to the wind howl outside, jumping at every little sound the old building made. Every creak, every groan of the pipes was that thing trying to get in. The smell of rot was stuck in my nose, in my clothes. I could still smell it. The sun finally came up, turning the world outside the windows a dull, flat grey. The snow had stopped. The storm was over. When the day crew showed up a couple of hours later, they found me still sitting on the floor. I must have looked like hell. They asked what was wrong, and I just pointed a shaking finger at the truck. We all went outside to look. The truck was a wreck. The entire passenger side fender was caved in, as if it had been hit with a sledgehammer. The hood was dented where its hand had been, a perfect deep impression of a massive palm and fingers. And the windshield on the driver's side was smeared with a greasy, dark residue where its face had been pressed against the glass. We walked over to the fence. A whole section, about 15 feet wide, was torn down. The posts weren't just bent, one was snapped clean in half. The chain link was twisted and ripped, and everywhere, in the fresh, clean snow of the morning, were the footprints, a clear trail of them, leading out of the woods, to the fence, through the break, and then following the path of my truck's tires all the way back to the building. Each one was a deep, perfect print in the snow. No one said anything for a long time. They just looked at the tracks, at the broken fence, at the dented truck. There was nothing to say. I never worked another night shift. I put in for a transfer that same week and was gone within a month. I took a job at a facility in the city, surrounded by people and noise and light. But I still think about it every time I'm alone in the dark, or I hear a branch snap outside my window. I see those amber eyes. I feel that primal, gut-churning fear. I smell that smell. I know what I saw, and I know with a certainty that keeps me up at night that it saw me too. It looked right at me, and it knew exactly what I was. And I have no idea what it was or what it wanted. I just know I was inches away from it, and I've never felt so small and so completely helpless in my entire life. Story 5. Okay, so this is something I've never really talked about outside of my family. I'm only writing it down now because it feels like I need to get it out. And maybe someone else has seen something like it. I don't know. Just typing this, my hands feel a little shaky. It was May 18th, 1991. I remember the date because it was the tail end of a family vacation we'd taken to the Mammoth Lakes area in California. We'd been there for 3 days, and that particular day we decided to drive out to Mono Lake to do some sightseeing. My wife thought the kids would get a kick out of the weird tufa towers, these strange limestone formations that stick out of the water. It was a bright day, but man was it windy, the kind of wind that just cuts right through you, even with a jacket on. I had this brand new VHS camcorder, one of those big ones you had to rest on your shoulder. I was so proud of that thing. I was filming everything. The kids piling out of the station wagon, my wife pointing at the lake, the weird landscape. The footage is all jittery because my hands were so cold. We walked along this gravel path toward the water's edge. The kids were complaining almost immediately. My daughter, she must have been 7 then, was whining about her ears hurting from the wind. My son, who was 10, just had his head down, his hands shoved deep in his pockets, marching along like a little soldier. My wife kept saying, "Just a little further, let's get a good look." The whole area felt empty. Not in a spooky way, just in a vast, lonely kind of way. The sky was this huge pale blue bowl overhead, and the lake was this flat, eerie blue. The tufa towers were like a city of crumbling, sand-colored skeletons. It was quiet, except for the constant howl of the wind. It was the kind of sound that gets inside your head after a while, a low, steady moan that makes it hard to hear anything else. I panned the camera around, trying to get a sweeping shot of the scenery. I remember focusing on a cluster of those rock formations off to our left, maybe a couple 100 yards away. They were bigger than the ones near the water, more like a small maze of stone. I held the shot for a few seconds. Nothing moved. It was just rocks and shadows. I remember thinking it would look good on tape. This desolate, alien landscape. We only lasted maybe 20 minutes out there. The kids were miserable. My wife's hair was a mess, and I couldn't feel my fingers. "Okay, that's enough," my wife finally said, her voice almost carried away by the wind. "Let's get back to the car. I'm freezing." I turned the camera back toward my family, getting a final shot of them trudging back toward the parking lot. My daughter looked back at the lens and gave a pathetic little wave. Then I clicked it off. That was it. The end of the tape. We got in the car, blasted the heat, and drove back to our cabin. The rest of the vacation was fine. We went home. I stuck the tape in a cardboard box with a bunch of others, and life just went on. For years, for almost 17 years, that tape sat in a box in our basement, completely forgotten. Then, on April 19th, 2008, my daughter, who was in her 20s by then, was over at our house. She was going through some of the old boxes, feeling nostalgic, I guess. She found the box of VHS tapes and asked if we could watch some. We had to dig out an old VCR from the garage, dust it off. It felt like a weird little time capsule. We were sitting in the living room, her on the floor, me on the couch, watching these old videos. There was my son's 10th birthday party, a Christmas morning, and then she popped in the Mono Lake tape. It was so strange, seeing us all so much younger. My wife and I looked like kids ourselves. We were laughing at the clothes, at how small the kids were. The footage from the lake came on. It was just as I remembered. Windy, jittery, all of us looking cold and unhappy. The camera panned across those big rock formations. It was just a quick shot, a few seconds. We watched us turn around and start heading back. I saw my daughter's little wave, and I was about to say, "Okay, next tape," when she suddenly sat up straight. "Wait," she said. "Dad, go back." "Go back where?" "The last part, right before you turned it off. Go back." I rewound the tape a little, the screen flickering with static. I hit play. It was the shot of my family walking away. The camera was on my shoulder, so it was a little unsteady. In the background, way in the distance, were those same rock formations I'd panned across earlier. "Right there," my daughter said, her voice quiet. Pause it. I hit pause. The image froze, a little grainy. What am I looking at? I asked. She pointed at the screen, at the gap between two of the largest tufa towers in the background. There, in the shadows between the rocks. I leaned forward, squinting. At first I didn't see anything, just dark shapes. Then my brain sort of adjusted, and I saw it. There was a figure, a tall, solid black figure, caught mid-stride, walking from left to right through the gap between the rocks. My first thought was, it's just another tourist. Someone in a dark coat, but it didn't look like a coat. It was just black. A matte, solid black shape with no features, no definition, no face, no hands, no details on its clothing, because it didn't look like it was wearing clothing. It just looked like a man-shaped hole cut out of the reality of the video, and it was big. The rocks next to it were tall, maybe 12, 15 feet high. This thing was easily 2/3 of that height, 7, 8 feet tall, maybe more. Play it, my daughter whispered. I hit play. The video advanced frame by frame because the VCR was old. And we watched it move. That was the thing that made my stomach drop, the way it moved. It was walking upright on 2 legs. But its gait was all wrong. Its strides were too long, too fluid. A human would have to almost lunge to cover that much ground in one step. This thing just flowed, and its arms, they swung, but not like a person's arms. They were longer, and the swing was different, more from the shoulder, a loose, powerful pendulum motion. It was the gait of something that was built for walking like that, but wasn't human. It was primal, almost like a gorilla walks on its knuckles, but this was fully upright. It crossed the gap between the 2 rocks in 3, maybe 4 strides. And then it was gone, vanished behind the next formation. The whole thing lasted maybe 2 seconds of real time, less. We sat there in total silence. The only sound was the hum of the VCR. I could feel my heart thumping in my chest, a hard, slow beat. "Dad," my daughter said, her voice barely a breath. "What was that?" I didn't have an answer. I rewound it. We watched it again. And again. Each time it became more clearly not a person. The sheer size of it, the impossible blackness of it, like it absorbed the light. The non-human walk. We hadn't seen anyone else out there that day. The parking lot had been nearly empty. We were alone. The terror didn't hit me all at once. It was a slow, cold creep that started in my guts and spread outwards. It was the realization that this thing had been there, right there, a few hundred yards from my family, from my kids. While I was obliviously filming my wife and children, this entity was moving through the rocks behind them, and we never knew. For 17 years, we never had a clue. I felt physically sick. I got up and went to the bathroom and splashed water on my face. My hands were trembling. I looked at myself in the mirror and my face was pale. When I came back out, my daughter was still staring at the frozen screen. "We have to get this enhanced," she said. "We have to see it better." That started a whole other ordeal. This was 2008, so digital editing was around, but not like it is now. I found a guy through a friend of a friend, a video tech who worked for a local news station. I didn't tell him what it was, just that I had some old family footage with something strange in the background I wanted to see more clearly. A week later, I went to his studio. He'd digitized the few seconds of footage and blown it up. He was quiet, focused. When he pulled it up on his big monitor, he let out a low whistle. "Okay," he said. "That is something." On the big screen, it was even more unsettling. The enhancement didn't magically reveal details. There were no details to reveal. It was still just a solid, featureless black shape, but we could see the motion more clearly, the way its leg came forward in a smooth, powerful arc, the way its long arms swung back, the hand, or whatever it was, a darker blob at the end. The guy ran it through some filters, trying to pull out texture or definition. Nothing. It was like a silhouette, but a 3-dimensional one. It had volume, it had mass, You could see it was a solid object, but it had no surface features at all. He finally leaned back in his chair and looked at me. I'm not going to lie to you, man. I don't know what that is. It's not a bear. Bears don't walk like that. It's not a guy in a suit. The proportions are all wrong, and the way it moves... He shook his head. The stride length alone is way outside human capability without looking like you're sprinting. That thing is just walking. I took the enhanced digital file home on a CD. I showed it to my wife. She went quiet for a long time, then just said, "Oh my God." I showed it to my son, who was skeptical about everything. He watched it 3 times, his smart-ass comment dying on his lips. He just looked at me and said, "Well, that's a Bigfoot." And that was the word that stuck, Bigfoot. Everyone we showed it to after the initial shock said the same thing. It looks like a Bigfoot. But knowing the word for it didn't make it better. It made it worse, in a way. It made it real. This wasn't just a weird shadow. This was a creature from campfire stories, and it had been right there in the background of our happy family memory. The chills didn't stop for days. I'd be at work, and my mind would just drift back to that day. The sound of the wind, the feeling of the cold, the empty landscape, and now, this new memory laid over the top of it, this dark shape moving with that unnatural grace. I started questioning everything. What if it had been closer? What if we had decided to walk toward those rocks instead of away from them? What was it doing there? Was it watching us? I couldn't sleep. I'd lie in bed and see it walking in the darkness behind my eyelids. That smooth, powerful, utterly silent motion. The tape had no sound for that part, just the wind. We never heard it. We never saw it. It was just a ghost in the machine for 17 years. The most haunting part, the thing that still gets me, is the sheer randomness of it all. If my daughter hadn't felt nostalgic that day, if she hadn't picked that specific tape, if she hadn't been looking at the background at that exact second, we would never have known. It would have stayed in that box, this secret hiding in plain sight, a monster in the margins of our family history. I think about that a lot. What else is hidden in the familiar places? What's in the background of other people's home videos, just waiting to be seen? The world suddenly felt a lot bigger and a lot darker than it did before. I still have the CD. I've watched it 100 times, trying to find some explanation, something that makes it make sense, but it never does. It's just there, a large black figure walking with a gait that isn't human, through the rocks at Mono Lake on May 18th, 1991. And then it's gone. And I'm just left here 17 years later with a cold feeling in my spine and a question I can never answer. Story 6. It was one of those slow, humid Georgia afternoons in late August. The air was thick enough to drink, and the whole house had that heavy, quiet feeling you get when summer is starting to wear out its welcome. I was in the living room, just sort of puttering around, tidying up mail that had been sitting on the coffee table for a week. The TV was on, some home renovation show, but it was just background noise. The real sound in the house was the soft clinking of a fork against a plate coming from the kitchen. My son was in there having a late lunch at the old wooden table. He was 10 years old, and he'd been out playing in the woods behind our house all morning, so he'd come in starving. And I'd made him a couple grilled cheese sandwiches. It was so normal, so completely boringly normal. Our house is on the edge of Paulding County, not deep in the woods, but not in a neighborhood either. We've got a couple acres, and the tree line is maybe 50, 60 feet from the back porch. I remember looking out the kitchen window while the sandwiches were grilling, seeing the sunlight filtering through the pine trees, the way it always does. It was peaceful. I remember thinking it was a nice, peaceful day. I heard his chair scrape against the linoleum floor. It was a sharp, sudden sound. Then there was a thud, like his plate had been knocked. My first thought was that he'd spilled his milk. I called out, "You okay in there?" No answer, just silence. Then the sound of his footsteps, not walking but running, a frantic pounding sprint down the short hall from the kitchen to my bedroom. He burst into the living room, his face white as a sheet. His eyes were huge, wide with a terror I had never seen in him before. It wasn't the scared from a nightmare look or the I fell and scraped my knee look. This was something else, something primal. He was breathing in these ragged, hitched gasps, and he just launched himself at me, wrapping his arms around my waist and burying his face against my side. He was trembling, a full-body shake that I could feel right through my clothes. "Whoa, hey, what's wrong?" I said, putting my hands on his shoulders. "What happened?" He just shook his head against my shirt. It took him a few seconds to get any words out. "Outside," he finally choked out. "At the trees." My mind went to the usual things, a snake, a big dog from one of the neighbors' properties. Was it an animal? Did a coyote get too close? We'd seen them before, skulking around the edge of the property at dusk. He pulled his head back and looked up at me, and the certainty in his eyes was absolute. "It wasn't a person," he said, his voice low and serious. "It wasn't a person, Mom." That sent a cold little trickle down my spine. It wasn't a person. Why would he say that? Why would that be the first thing he clarified? "Okay, slow down," I said, trying to keep my voice calm, even though my heart was starting to thump a little harder. "Tell me what you saw. From the beginning." He took a shaky breath. "I was eating. I was looking out the window, just looking. And I saw something move, behind the big pine tree, the one with the broken branch halfway up. I knew the one he meant. It was directly in the sight line from the kitchen window. I thought it was just a branch swaying, but it wasn't. It was an arm. It came out from behind the tree. He held out his own arm straight out to the side, demonstrating. It was long, really, really long, like longer than any person's arm, and it was covered in dark hair, like really dark, almost black. It just reached out, and its hand, its fingers, they wrapped around the side of the tree. They were long, too. He was describing it with a clarity that was unnerving. This wasn't a blur. This was a detailed observation. "Then," he continued, his voice dropping to a whisper, "it stepped out. Just a little. Just part of it." "Part of what?" I asked, my own voice barely a whisper now. "Its body. It was big, so wide and tall. I only saw from its chest down, I think, because its head was still behind the tree. But its chest was huge, and it was just standing there, sideways, like it was looking this way, at the house, at me. The way he said, 'at me,' it was filled with a kind of violated horror, the feeling of being watched, of being seen by something you were never meant to see. That's when he jumped up. He said the fear just flooded him, a cold wave that told him to run, to get away from the window right now. He didn't scream. He just ran. I looked toward the kitchen. The window over the sink was just a square of daylight from where I stood. It looked perfectly normal. "Stay here," I told him. He didn't want me to go. He grabbed my hand. "Don't go, look." "I'll be right back," I said, gently prying his fingers loose. "I'm just going to look." Walking into the kitchen felt like walking onto a stage. The room was bright, sunlit. His half-eaten grilled cheese was on the table, his glass of milk tipped over, a white puddle spreading toward the edge. My eyes went straight to the window. I moved slowly, my socked feet quiet on the floor. I didn't want to make a sound. I felt exposed, like whatever was out there could see my silhouette moving in the window. I approached at an angle, staying off to the side, and then I slowly, carefully leaned forward just enough to peer out. The backyard, the patchy grass, the tree line, nothing, just trees, the same pine trees I saw every day, the same shadows, the same quiet, swaying branches in the slight breeze. I scanned the area around the big pine tree he'd pointed to. Nothing, no movement, no dark shape, no long arm. I stood there for a full minute, maybe two, just staring, my eyes straining to pick up any detail that was out of place. A knot on a tree trunk looked like an eye for a second, and my heart jumped, but then it resolved back into just a knot. My mind was trying to make something out of nothing, because the alternative was that my son had seen something that was now gone. I went back to the living room. He was standing exactly where I'd left him, his arms wrapped around himself. "Did you see it?" he asked, his voice hopeful and terrified all at once. "No, buddy, there's nothing there now." The relief on his face was immediate, but it was fragile. He knew what he'd seen. I sat him down on the couch and got him a glass of water. His hands were still shaking so much he could barely hold it. I asked him to tell me again, and he did, without a single variation. The long arm reaching out, the dark hair, the massive, wide body only partially visible. The feeling of being watched. He wasn't making it up. He wasn't confused. He was reporting an event, and the event had scared him to his core. That's when the unease really started to set in for me. It wasn't fear yet, not the kind he was feeling. It was a deep, creeping disquiet. My son is a practical kid. He's not prone to wild imaginings. He knows the difference between a deer and a person. For him to be this shaken and to be so specific, so adamant that it wasn't a person, what else could it have been? The rest of the afternoon was off. The peaceful feeling was gone, replaced by a low-grade tension. I found myself glancing out the windows more often. Not just the kitchen window, but the living room windows, the bedroom windows, any window that faced the woods. I kept the TV on for noise, but I'd turn the volume down low, listening for any sounds from outside. The normal creaks and groans of the house felt different, ominous. I tried to rationalize it. A bear. We have black bears in Georgia, but they don't stand sideways and peer from behind trees with long, grasping arms. A guy in a big, shaggy coat, in the middle of a humid August afternoon. It made no sense. And my son would have recognized a person. He wouldn't have been this terrified by a person. As the sun started to go down, the shadows in the yard grew longer, stretching from the tree line like dark fingers reaching for the house. That's when the fear started to properly sink its claws into me. The daylight had felt like a shield, and now that shield was crumbling. I went around the house and closed all the blinds and curtains, something I almost never do. I checked the locks on the doors twice, 3 times. My son didn't want to be alone. He stayed right by my side, a silent, anxious shadow. He wouldn't go near the kitchen. When it was time for dinner, I made us sandwiches and we ate in the living room, on the couch with the lights on. He kept looking toward the hallway that led to the kitchen, as if expecting to see something standing in the darkness there. After dinner, I did something I hadn't done in years. I went into my bedroom closet and pulled my old hunting rifle out of the back. It was my dad's, a .3006. I hadn't fired it in over a decade. I checked to make sure it wasn't loaded, the action of handling it feeling both foreign and grimly familiar. I leaned it against the wall in the corner of my bedroom, behind the door, where it was out of sight, but I knew it was there. It was a gesture mostly, a way to feel like I had some kind of control, even if it was an illusion. The weight of it, the cold metal, made the whole situation feel more real and more dangerous. The night was the worst part. My son fell asleep on the couch around 9 o'clock, exhausted from the adrenaline crash. I carried him to his bed and he didn't even stir. I tucked him in, and then I just stood in his doorway watching him sleep, listening to his quiet breathing. His window faced the back of the property. The blinds were shut tight, but I could feel the vast, dark woods out there, just on the other side of the wall. I didn't sleep. I sat up in the living room with all the lights off, just a single small lamp on in the kitchen, so I could see if I needed to go in there. Every sound from outside was amplified. The chirping of crickets, the occasional hoot of an owl, the rustle of leaves in the wind. Each one made my breath catch. I'd sit perfectly still listening, trying to parse the normal night sounds from something that didn't belong, and then I heard it. It wasn't a loud sound. It was a low, deep thump. It came from the direction of the back porch. It was the kind of sound a heavy bag of mulch makes when you drop it on a wooden deck. A solid, weighty impact. My whole body went cold. I sat frozen on the couch, my heart hammering against my ribs so hard I could feel it in my throat. I listened, straining my ears until they hurt. There was nothing else. No footsteps, no scratching, just that one solitary thump. What do? Do you go and look? Do you shine a flashlight out into the darkness and maybe see what's making the sound? Or do you sit there in the terrifying unknown, imagining things 1,000 times worse than reality could possibly be? I chose to sit. I didn't move for what felt like an hour. I just sat in the dark, my eyes fixed on the dark rectangle of the kitchen doorway, waiting for another sound, for a shape to appear, for something to happen. Nothing did. The night just went on, its silence now more threatening than any noise. The first light of dawn was a relief so profound it felt like a physical weight lifting from my chest. As the sky turned from black to deep blue, then to a pale, watery gray, I finally got up, my joints stiff from sitting so long. I walked to the kitchen, my footsteps loud in the quiet house. I didn't turn on the light. I went to the window over the sink, and with a trembling hand, I pulled back the curtain. The backyard was empty. The grass was wet with dew. The tree line was just a dark smudge against the brightening sky. It all looked so innocent in the morning light, so ordinary. I unlocked the back door and stepped out onto the porch. The morning air was cool and fresh. I stood there, hugging myself, and scanned the yard, the tree line, the porch itself. I was looking for anything. A footprint, a broken branch, any sign at all. And then I saw it, on the wooden railing of the porch, right at the corner closest to the tree line. There was a smudge, a dark, muddy-looking smudge, and pressed into the wood, right next to it, was a single, deep scratch. It was long, about the length of my hand from wrist to fingertip, and it looked fresh, the exposed wood underneath still pale and raw. I didn't touch it. I just stared at it. That scratch hadn't been there yesterday, I was sure of it. I'd watered the potted plants on that railing just the day before. I looked from the scratch on the railing, back to the tree line, to that big pine tree my son had pointed to, the distance between them, 50, 60 feet. I thought about the thump I'd heard in the night, the sound of something heavy landing on my porch. I went back inside and locked the door. I leaned my back against it, sliding down to sit on the floor. The rifle was still in my bedroom. The sun was coming up. The world was waking up. But in that moment, sitting on the cool linoleum floor of my kitchen, I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the morning air. My son's certainty wasn't just a child's fright. It was a warning, and the proof was right outside, a deep gouge in the wood, a silent message left in the night. We weren't just seeing things. Something had been there. Something that wasn't a person, and it had come up to the house. It had touched the porch, and I have no idea what it was, or why it was here, or if it's coming back. I just sit here, and I look at that scratch, and I know. Story 7. It's funny, the things that stick with you from when you're a kid. Most of my childhood memories are these blurry, soft-focused pictures, but that one day at the beach is burned into my brain like it happened yesterday. I was 7 years old. It was the middle of August, and my dad had managed to get a rare Saturday off work. He decided, pretty much on a whim, that we were going to drive up to this spot he knew along Lake Superior in Michigan. He called it a secret beach, which just meant it wasn't one of the big popular ones with a parking lot and bathrooms. It was just a strip of sand you had to hike a little through the woods to get to. The whole drive up, I was bouncing in the back seat. I remember the back of my legs sticking to the hot vinyl and the smell of the pine tree air freshener hanging from the rearview mirror. My mum packed a cooler with bologna sandwiches and cans of Coke. It felt like a huge adventure. We got there, and it was even better than I'd imagined. The beach was empty. The sand was this pale, gritty color, and the water of Lake Superior was this incredible, shocking blue, but you could tell it was cold just by looking at it. It had that deep, dark look. The waves weren't huge, but they had a real weight to them, crashing on the shore with a low, powerful rumble. The woods came right down to the edge of the sand, a solid wall of dark green pine and birch trees that felt ancient and watchful. We set up our blanket, and I immediately ran to the water, squealing when the first wave hit my ankles. It was so cold it stole my breath. I spent what felt like hours just doing kid stuff, digging holes with a red plastic shovel, trying to skip stones, collecting weird-looking rocks. My parents were just sitting on the blanket, talking quietly, enjoying the sun. It was perfect. It was my dad who found them first. He'd gotten up to stretch his legs and was walking along the waterline, and he just stopped. He crouched down, his head tilted. "Hey, come look at this," he called out to my mom. I ran over, my feet slapping against the wet sand. There, pressed deep into the damp, hard sand near the tree line, was a footprint. But it wasn't a footprint like any I'd ever seen. It was massive. I remember putting my own bare foot next to it. My whole foot, from my heel to my toes, could have fit inside just the front part of this thing. It was long, really long and wide. The shape was human-like. You know, a heel, an arch, a ball and 5 toes, but it was all wrong. It was just too big. And the toes, they weren't neat and lined up. They looked splayed out like whatever made it had been barefoot its whole life. My dad let out a low whistle. "Would you look at the size of that?" he muttered. He wasn't smiling anymore. He looked curious and a little uneasy. My mom came over and her hand went to her mouth. "Oh my God, what on earth could make a print like that?" she said, her voice hushed. "A big guy in big boots," my dad offered, but he didn't sound convinced. He pointed. "Look, there's another one." And there was. And another. A whole line of them, leading from the woods down towards the water and then disappearing where the sand got too dry and loose to hold a shape. We followed them for a bit. The stride was huge. My dad, who's over 6 feet tall, took these giant comical leaps to try and step from one print to the next, and he could barely do it. "Maybe it's a bear," my mom said, trying to sound practical. "A really big bear walking on its hind legs." My dad shook his head. "Bear prints don't look like that. The toes are different. This is weird." That was the word he used. Weird. And it settled over us, that feeling. The perfect sunny day suddenly had this strange little shadow on it. We didn't talk about it much after that. We went back to our blanket and I tried to keep playing, but I kept glancing over at those prints. They made me feel small. Really small. The sun started to dip lower in the sky, and the air got that late afternoon chill. The warmth just got sucked right out of the day. My mom said it was time to pack up. The mood had shifted. We were all quiet as we shook the sand out of the blanket, packed the cooler, and put our shoes on. The fun was over. To get back to our car, we had to follow a narrow dirt path that led back into the woods. It was only about a 10-minute walk, but under the canopy of the trees, it was like walking into a different world. The light was dim and green, filtered through a million leaves. It was suddenly much quieter too. The constant sound of the waves was gone, replaced by a deep humming silence, broken only by our footsteps crunching on twigs and dead leaves. I was walking between my parents, holding my mom's hand. I remember the path was soft under my feet from all the pine needles. We were maybe halfway back, the car still out of sight, when we heard it. It started as a sound from far away, deep in the woods to our right. At first, I thought it was a bird, a weird bird. It was a screech, but it was too loud, too raw. It was high-pitched and piercing, but it had this guttural, throaty edge to it, like it was being torn out of something's chest. It didn't sound like any bird or animal I knew. My dad stopped walking instantly, his head cocked. Then it came again, closer this time, and it was joined by another sound from a slightly different direction. This one was different, a series of chattering, hooting noises, but they were too deep, too powerful. It sounded like if you took the screech of an owl and mixed it with the scream of a monkey and then pumped it through a giant's loudspeaker. The two sounds were talking to each other, calling to each other. My mom's grip on my hand tightened so hard, it almost hurt. "What is that?" she whispered. Her face was pale. My dad didn't answer. He was just staring into the trees, his body rigid. "Keep moving," he said, his voice low and tight. "Just walk. Don't run." We started walking again, faster now. My heart was starting to beat a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The sound stopped for a second, and the silence that followed was even worse. It was a heavy, waiting silence. Then all hell broke loose. From maybe 50 yards away, maybe less, there was a tremendous crashing sound. It wasn't just something moving through the underbrush. This was something big, something massive. We heard the snap of branches, not little twigs, but thick woody cracks that echoed through the woods. It sounded like a tree was being pushed over. There was a heavy, rhythmic thumping, like something running on 2 feet. Thump, thump, thump. It was fast, and it was getting closer. The screeching started again, this time right on top of the crashing sounds. It wasn't one creature. I knew it then, in my gut. There were at least 2 of them, and they were moving fast, crashing through the forest, straight towards us. "Don't look," my dad snapped. He grabbed my shoulder and shoved me forward, his hand staying there, pressing me to move faster. "Don't look back, just go." But I couldn't help it. I started to turn my head, just a little, to see what was making that terrible noise. My mom's hand came up and cupped the back of my head, forcing my face forward. "Eyes front, baby. Just look at the path," she said. But her voice was shaking so badly the words quivered in the air. We were practically running now. I was stumbling over roots, my little legs pumping as fast as they could. The sounds were so close, I could hear heavy, snorting breaths now, mingling with the screeches and the relentless, earth-shaking crashes. The air smelled different. A musky, thick animal smell, like a wet dog, but stronger, wilder, something primal that made the hair on my arms stand straight up. I could feel the vibrations from the thumping footsteps through the soles of my shoes. My dad fumbled for the car keys in his pocket, his hands shaking. We burst out of the tree line into the small gravel clearing where our car was parked, the only car there. The sounds from the woods were right at the edge now. I could hear leaves rustling and a low, rumbling growl that seemed to come from everywhere at once. My dad practically threw me into the back seat. I scrambled across the vinyl, my knees scraping against it. My mom dove into the passenger seat, and my dad was in the driver's seat in a second, jamming the key into the ignition. The engine roared to life. He slammed the car into reverse, spinning the wheels in the gravel, and then threw it into drive. He didn't even bother with his seatbelt. As we sped down the dirt road, kicking up a cloud of dust behind us, I finally twisted around in my seat and looked out the back window. The woods were just a dark green blur. I didn't see anything. No monster, no Bigfoot, no bear, just trees. But for a second, just as we rounded a bend, I thought I saw a tall, dark shape standing at the very edge of the tree line, watching us go. It might have just been a shadow, a trick of the light. But I've never been sure. We didn't talk the whole way home. The only sound in the car was our ragged breathing and the hum of the tires on the pavement. My mom was crying silently, her shoulders shaking. My dad's knuckles were white on the steering wheel. I just sat in the back, curled into a ball, feeling cold and hollowed out. A few days later, my dad was reading the local weekly newspaper. He went quiet. Then he called my mom over. He pointed to a small article tucked away in the corner. I remember him reading the headline out loud, his voice flat. Couple reports large, hairy figure, near Whitefish Point. The article said a man and his wife, driving back from fishing late at night, had seen a tall bipedal creature covered in dark hair cross the road in front of their truck. They said it moved with incredible speed and vanished into the woods. The area they described was the same stretch of coastline where we had been. The same woods. My dad put the paper down and looked at my mom. They didn't say anything, they didn't have to. That was it. That was the end of it. We never went back to that beach. We never really talked about it again as a family, but I never forgot. I've spent my whole life since then reading stories, looking at blurry pictures, wondering. The fear has faded into a kind of low-level hum of fascination, but sometimes, if I'm in the woods and it gets too quiet, I'll remember the sound of those branches snapping and that deep, guttural screech. I'll remember the smell, and I'll remember my dad's voice, tight with a fear I'd never heard in him before or since, telling me not to look, and I still wonder, every single day, what was making those noises. I wonder if there was more than one. I wonder what would have happened if we'd been just a little bit slower. I wonder what I would have seen if my parents had let me look back. Story 8. Then the dogs went insane. I have 2 Labrador mixes, Buddy and Duke. They're good dogs, not yappers. Their kennel is about 50 feet from the back porch. When they bark at night, it's usually a possum or a raccoon getting into the garbage cans, sometimes a skunk, which is a whole other kind of problem. This barking was different. It wasn't the usual, hey, something's over there bark. It was frantic, sharp, a pure alarm, a sound that slices right through sleep and pumps adrenaline into your system before you're even fully awake. My heart was already thumping as I pushed back the blankets. The digital clock on the bedside table glowed red. 3:17 in the morning. I remember groaning, swinging my legs out, the floorboards icy under my bare feet. I fumbled for my jeans, pulled them on over my boxers, and shoved my feet into the unlaced work boots by the door. My heavy winter jacket was on the hook in the mudroom. I grabbed it and the big Maglite flashlight from the charger on the counter. The flashlight was heavy, metal, the kind you could use as a club if you had to. I clicked it on, and the solid beam cut through the kitchen window's reflection, showing me my own tired, annoyed face. All right, I'm coming," I muttered, more to myself than to the dogs, whose barking had now reached a fever pitch. I unlocked the deadbolt and pulled the back door open. The cold hit me like a physical wall. It was that dry, clear cold that makes the stars look like pinpricks in black velvet. My breath plumed out in thick clouds. I shone the flashlight beam toward the kennel. Buddy and Duke were at the fence line, bodies rigid, fur standing up along their spines, barking their heads off into the darkness beyond the yard, toward the plum tree grove near the top of the driveway. "Hey, knock it off!" I yelled, my voice sounding small and thin in the vast, silent night, and that's when it happened. The second I finished yelling, both dogs stopped. Not a tapering off, not a few last warning grumbles. They just stopped, dead silent. In the sudden void of noise, the quiet was deafening, pressing in on my eardrums. I saw them both, in the sweeping arc of my flashlight, turn and practically dive into their individual doghouses. They crammed themselves inside, and I could just see the faint, terrified glint of Duke's eyes from the deep shadow of his house. They were hiding. They were scared. My own annoyance evaporated, replaced by a cold knot in my stomach that had nothing to do with the temperature. A skunk doesn't do that. A raccoon doesn't do that. A bear might. But we hadn't seen a bear this close to the house in years. This was different. This was wrong. I stood there on the porch, the wood freezing through my boot soles, and scanned the yard with the flashlight. Nothing. The beam swept over the bare-limbed lilac bushes, the stack of firewood, the dark shape of my old truck. Everything was still. Eerily still, there was no wind, not even a whisper. The world felt like it was holding its breath. I had to check it out. I couldn't just go back to bed, not with the dogs acting like that, and this feeling of being watched sitting heavy on the back of my neck. I stepped off the porch, my boots crunching lightly on the frost-stiffened grass. The beam of the flashlight bobbed ahead of me as I walked, a little circle of reality in an ocean of dark. I was headed for the kennel, thinking I'd let the dogs out, let them into the house where it was safe, for them and for me. I was about 20 feet from the porch when I saw the movement. It was in the plum tree grove. The trees are old, gnarled things, and in the summer they're a thicket, but in winter you can see through them a little better. My flashlight beam was pointed at the ground in front of me, but in my peripheral vision I caught a shift of shadow among the trees, a tall, vertical shadow that didn't belong. I froze, my heart hammering against my ribs so hard I could feel it in my throat. Slowly, so slowly, I raised the flashlight. The beam, bright and focused, swept across the trunks of the plum trees. For a second I saw nothing. Then I saw it. It was standing maybe 40 yards away, half hidden behind the thickest trunk. It was tall, so damn tall, well over 6 feet, and it was standing on 2 legs, just like a person. But it wasn't a person. The proportions were all wrong. The arms were too long, hanging down past its knees. The shoulders were massive and sloped, and its head, it seemed slightly pointed at the top, not round like a human head. It was covered in what I can only describe as long, hanging shreds of something. It looked like moss, or maybe filthy, matted hair, but it was silvery grey in the flashlight beam, and it hung off its body in ragged tatters, almost like a cloak made of old, rotten curtains. It didn't move. It just stood there, and I stood there, locked in this impossible staring contest, my brain short-circuiting, trying to make sense of what my eyes were telling it. Bear standing up? No. Man in a costume? Out here at 3 in the morning in December? No way. Then it moved. It didn't turn or step out. It bolted. 1 second it was a statue. The next it was in motion, running uphill along the gravel road that leads past my property, and it ran on 2 legs. That's what I'll never forget. It ran upright, but not like a man. A man's run has a bounce, an effort to it. This was fluid, powerful. Its strides were long and smooth, eating up the ground with an impossible, terrifying speed. It was fast, faster than any animal I've ever seen. The gravel didn't even seem to crunch under its feet. It was just this silent, streaking silhouette in my flashlight beam. I stood there, paralyzed, the flashlight shaking in my hand, tracking it as it ran. The beam jittered, making its long, loping form jump and stutter in the dark. And then, as it reached the crest of the small hill where the road curves, it turned its head, just once. A quick glance back over its shoulder, right into the light. I didn't see a face, not really. The light didn't catch any features. It was just a dark shape under that pointed head, a deeper shadow. But I felt it. I felt its attention, its awareness of me, for that split second. It was a feeling of pure, ancient wildness. An intelligence that was utterly alien. It wasn't curious, it wasn't threatening, it was just aware. Then it was gone. It didn't slow down or look for a path. It reached the edge of the road, where it drops off into a steep, wooded embankment, a good 12-foot drop, covered in scrub oak and loose shale, and it leaped. It wasn't a jump of effort, muscles straining. It was an effortless, almost casual launch. It cleared the edge and dropped straight down into the blackness below, the hanging shreds of its fur fluttering for a moment behind it like ghostly ribbons. And then, silence. It was just gone. Vanished. The sound that came out of me was a choked gasp, like I'd been punched in the gut. I realized I'd been holding my breath. My whole body was trembling, a fine, uncontrollable shake that started in my hands and went right down to my knees. I stood there in the middle of my yard, the flashlight beam now fixed on the empty spot where it had disappeared, pointing at nothing. The cold finally registered again, seeping through my jacket, but it was nothing compared to the cold dread sitting in my chest. I felt exposed, naked. I backed up slowly, not daring to turn my back on the trees until my heel hit the porch step. I scrambled up the steps, fumbled with the door handle, and practically fell back inside, slamming the door shut and throwing the deadbolt with a force that shook the frame. I stood with my back against the door, breathing in ragged, shallow pants. The house was warm, but I was shivering uncontrollably. I peered out the small window in the door, the mag light still clutched in my white-knuckled hand, its beam now shining uselessly on the kitchen floor. I saw nothing, heard nothing. The dogs were still silent in their houses. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I sat at the kitchen table with all the lights on, a baseball bat next to me, staring at the door, jumping at every tiny creak the old house made. My mind was racing, trying to file what I'd seen into a category I understood. A prank? No. A bear? Absolutely not. The way it moved, the speed, the sheer size of it. I'd never believed in that stuff. Bigfoot, Sasquatch, whatever you want to call it. It was a campfire story, a blurry photo, something for gullible people. I was a practical man. I fixed machinery for a living. I dealt with things I could see and touch. But I had seen it. I had touched that reality with my own eyes, and it had shattered everything I thought I knew. When the sun finally began to lighten the sky from black to a deep, cold blue, I felt a small measure of courage return. The rational world was coming back. I had to go look. I had to see if there was any evidence, anything that could prove I wasn't going crazy. I put my boots back on, grabbed the flashlight again, and stepped back outside. The morning was crisp and quiet. Frost coated everything in a white sheen. I walked slowly up the driveway, my eyes scanning the ground. The gravel road where it had run, there were no clear footprints. The gravel was too chunky and loose, but when I got to the spot where it had leaped over the edge, I saw it. The vegetation on the embankment was disturbed, not smashed down like something had tumbled, but pressed down. A narrow path, as if something very heavy had pushed through the brittle, frozen weeds and scrub. I carefully made my way down, holding onto saplings for support. At the bottom, in a small patch of soft, muddy earth, sheltered by a log, I found a single impression. It wasn't a clear footprint. It was more of a deep, elongated depression. It was long, too long for a bear, and narrow. At the front, I could make out what might have been the vague suggestion of toes, but it was blurred, as if the foot had slid a little in the mud. It was huge. I placed my own boot next to it. My size 11 work boot was dwarfed. The thing that made this print was massive. I just stared at it, a mix of vindication and pure terror washing over me. It was real. I hadn't dreamed it. I hadn't imagined it. I looked around for more, but there was nothing else. No hair caught on branches, no other prints, no smell. Just that one disturbed path through the grass, and this one terrifying impression in the mud. I went back to the house. I let the dogs out, and they immediately ran to the plum trees, sniffing frantically, their tails tucked between their legs. They knew, they remembered. I never told anyone, not my wife when she came home. She would have insisted I see a doctor, not my friends at the diner. They'd have laughed me out of the county. Who would believe me? I hardly believed it myself. For weeks I was jumpy. I didn't go outside after dark without a powerful light and a firearm. I installed motion sensor lights all around the house. Every little noise at night would snap me awake, my heart racing, listening for the dogs to bark in that specific, terrified way. They never did again. That was over a decade ago. I still live here. The memory has faded from a raw, bleeding terror to a deep, permanent unease. I never saw it again. I never found any more evidence, but I know what I saw that night. I know it was out there, and sometimes on the coldest, stillest winter nights, when the stars are too bright and the silence is too deep, I'll find myself standing at the kitchen window, looking out toward the plum trees, and I'll feel that old, cold knot tighten in my stomach. I'll remember the sheer, impossible speed, the fluid stride, the effortless leap into the dark, and the feeling of being seen by something that wasn't supposed to exist. And I know, with a certainty that chills me to my core, that it's still out there, somewhere. Story 9. It's funny how your brain tries to make sense of things that don't fit. For days, I'd been hearing something out in the woods behind my house. I live out past Mims in Rivard County. It's not the middle of nowhere, but it's close. My property backs right up against this mix of wet prairie they call Palmet Meadow and a thicker patch of woods, an oak hammock. It's usually quiet out here, the kind of quiet that lets you hear your own thoughts. But for the last week, that quiet had been broken. The sounds started around dusk and would sometimes go on past midnight. It wasn't anything dramatic at first, just rustling. The kind of noise you blame on raccoons or armadillos rooting around, but it was persistent and it was heavy. You can tell the difference between a little animal shuffling through leaves and something with weight to it. This had weight. I'd lie in bed and listen to it, telling myself it was just feral hogs. We've got plenty of those around here. They tear up the ground, something awful. I'd gotten used to the idea, even a little annoyed. If it was hogs, I'd have to call a buddy to come help me deal with them before they ruined my well pump or something. That night, a Tuesday night, it was worse. The noise was closer, right up against the back fence line. It wasn't just rustling anymore. It was a steady, rhythmic sound, like something was methodically pushing through the palmetto shrubs, not just blundering through them. My dog, a big German Shepherd mix named Duke, was acting stranger than usual. He hadn't been eating right for a couple days, and instead of barking at the noise, he'd just sit by the back door, ears pinned back, letting out these low, uneasy whines. That should have been my first clue. Duke's not a coward. He's chased off more than one bear that wandered too close to the house. But this had him spooked, and his fear was starting to bleed into me. By around 10:30, I'd had enough. The rational part of my brain was still clinging to the hog theory, but another part, a deeper, older part, was getting a real bad feeling. I decided I was going to go out there and shine a light. I figured if I saw a bunch of hogs, I'd at least know for sure, and the mystery would be over. Maybe the sight of me and a light would scare them off for the night. I pulled on my boots, not even bothering to tie them, and grabbed the big spotlight I keep charged by the back door. It's one of those powerful LED ones, can throw a beam a couple hundred yards. Duke followed me, his tail tucked, sticking so close to my legs he was almost tripping me up. I remember the feel of the cool, damp air hitting my face as I opened the door. The humidity was thick, the way it gets here in Florida even at night, making my t-shirt stick to my skin almost instantly. I stepped off the porch onto the grass. The backyard isn't huge, maybe 50 feet to the fence line. Beyond that, it's just the wild, dark tangle of the meadow and the hammock. The moon was just a sliver, offering no help. The only light was the faint yellow glow from the kitchen window behind me. The noises had stopped the second I opened the door. That complete silence was somehow louder and more menacing than the rustling had been. I raised the spotlight, my thumb finding the switch. It clicked on with a solid sound, and the world in front of me vanished, replaced by a brilliant white tunnel of light. I swept the beam slowly across the fence line, starting from the left. I saw the usual stuff, the gnarled trunks of the live oaks, the spiky fans of the palmettos, shadows that jumped and danced as the light moved. My heart was thumping in my chest, a hard, quick rhythm. I was tense, expecting to see a bunch of glowing hog eyes reflecting back at me. I panned the light to the right, past the old pine tree, and that's when I saw it. It wasn't a hog. It was standing maybe 40 feet away, just inside the tree line, half hidden behind a thick turkey oak. My brain short-circuited. For a second, I just stared, unable to process what I was looking at. It was tall, so damn tall. The top of its head was level with a branch that I know is a good 8 feet off the ground. It was just standing there, perfectly still. It was covered in hair, a messy, shaggy coat that was mostly a dark, wet-looking brownish black, like the mud in the swamps. But it wasn't a bear. I've seen black bears up close. This was all wrong. Its arms were too long, hanging down past its knees, and they were thick, like a man's legs. Its shoulders weren't rounded and sloped like a bear's. They were broad and square, like a linebacker's, and it was lean through the waist, not barrel-chested like a bear. But the worst part was its face, or where its face should have been. The light caught 2 points of reflected light, 2 amber-colored eyes. They weren't glowing from within like in some monster movie. They were just reflecting my spotlight back at me, a flat, dull, orangish yellow. There were no other features I could make out, just a dark patch beneath the eyes, and those 2 points of light staring right back at me. My breath froze in my lungs. I couldn't move. I couldn't even lower the light. I was just locked in place, holding this beam of light on this thing. My mind was screaming, scrambling for a box to put this in. Bear. It's a sick bear, a mangy bear, a person in a suit. But it was none of those things. The proportions were all wrong for a bear. The way it stood was too upright, and no person is that big, that massive. Then Duke made a sound I've never heard him make before. It was a high-pitched, strangled whine that seemed to get stuck in his throat. He didn't bark. He didn't growl. He just backed up, his claws scraping on the concrete path behind me, and then he turned and bolted for the house, scrambling through the dog door I'd left open. The sound of the plastic flap snapping shut was like a gunshot in the silence. His terror broke my paralysis. The fear hit me then, a cold physical wave that started in my gut and washed out to my fingertips, leaving them tingling and numb. This was real. This was standing right in front of me, and I was out in the open with nothing but a stupid spotlight between me and it. It moved. It didn't jump or lunge. It just shifted its weight, a slow, deliberate motion. As it turned its upper body slightly, the light caught its chest. It was barrel-wide and covered in the same dark hair, but I saw a patch right in the center where the fur was a lighter, almost reddish-brown. It was a stark contrast, like a badge. The movement was fluid, powerful. It wasn't the clumsy shuffle of a bear. It was the controlled motion of something that knew exactly what it was doing. Then it took a step, not towards me. Thank God, not towards me. It stepped sideways, deeper into the shadows of the oak hammock. It moved with an eerie silence. I didn't hear a twig snap, didn't hear the crunch of leaves. It just melted into the darkness between the trees. 1 second it was there, a monstrous silhouette in my beam, and the next it was gone. The space where it had been standing was just empty. I kept the light trained on that spot, my hand shaking so badly the beam jittered and danced over the trees. I was straining my ears, listening for any sound of it moving away. For a few heartbeats there was nothing, just the frantic thumping of my own heart in my ears. Then I heard it. Not a crash, not a run. It was a soft, heavy thumping sound. Not like footsteps exactly. It was more rhythmic, a thump, 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 that moved away from me, getting fainter with each one, heading deeper into the woods towards the meadow. It was a sound I can't properly describe, but I knew it was the sound of that thing walking away. I stood there for what felt like an hour, but was probably only a minute or two, just shining the light into the empty woods, listening to that thumping fade into nothing. The normal night sounds, the crickets, the frogs, were still silent. The world was holding its breath. A sudden, violent shudder ran through my body, and I finally lowered the spotlight. My legs felt like water. I stumbled back towards the house, my untied boots nearly tripping me. I fumbled with the doorknob, my hands slick with sweat, and practically fell inside, slamming the door shut and throwing the deadbolt. I stood there in my kitchen, my back against the door, breathing in ragged gasps. Duke was hiding under the kitchen table, trembling. My mind was reeling. What the hell was that? The image of it was burned into my brain. The height, the long arms, the square shoulders, those flat amber eyes, the sheer size of it. It was impossible. It had to be impossible. But I'd seen it, and then a different kind of fear set in, the fear of the unknown. Was it gone? Was it still out there? Was it watching the house? I couldn't just stand there. I had to know. This is the part that probably sounds stupid, but in the moment, it felt necessary. I had to prove to myself that it was really gone, that I hadn't just lost my mind. I went to my gun safe and pulled out my deer rifle, a .30-06. The weight of the woodstock and cold metal in my hands was familiar, comforting. I loaded it, the clicks of the bolt and the magazine sounding unnaturally loud. I grabbed the spotlight again. My hands were still shaking. I unlocked the back door and stepped out again. This time, the darkness felt alive, predatory. Every shadow seemed to shift. Every normal sound, a branch creaking, a distant owl, made me jump. I walked to the fence line, my rifle held tight, the spotlight sweeping back and forth. I was hyper-aware of everything, the feel of the dew-wet grass soaking through my socks, the smell of damp earth and decay, the pounding of my own heart. I shined the light exactly where it had been standing. There were no footprints that I could see. The ground was a mat of leaves and pine needles, but I wasn't looking for footprints. I was looking for it. I scanned the trees, the deeper darkness of the oak hammock. Nothing. The thumping sound was long gone. The woods had returned to their normal, faint nighttime chorus. I stood at the fence for a long time, just listening and watching. The adrenaline was fading, leaving me feeling hollow and exhausted. The initial, sharp terror was being replaced by a deep, settling dread. I hadn't found anything, no evidence, nothing to show for what I'd seen. It was just gone. I finally went back inside, locking the door behind me. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in a chair in the living room, with the rifle across my lap and all the lights on, staring out the window into the blackness. Duke eventually came and lay at my feet, but he wouldn't settle. His head constantly lifting to look towards the back of the house, a low growl rumbling in his chest every now and then. That was it. That one encounter. It lasted maybe 2 minutes from the time I saw it to the time it vanished. But it changed everything. I'd always been a skeptic. I'd heard the stories about the skunk ape, Florida's version of Bigfoot. I'd laughed them off as campfire tales or misidentified bears. I'm not laughing anymore. I saw it. I saw the thing that doesn't exist. I saw its size, its shape, the way it moved in complete silence. I saw the intelligence in those amber eyes. It wasn't just an animal. It was something else, something that shouldn't be. Now, when I go out back at night to take the trash out, I don't linger. I keep a light on the porch all night, and sometimes when the wind is just right, or when the woods get a little too quiet, I feel that old fear crawl right back up my spine. I'll never feel truly alone on my own property again. I know what's out there, and I know that it saw me too. Story 10. I'd been at a friend's place out near the edge of Capitol State Forest in Grace Harbor County. It was one of those casual winter gatherings, just a few of us hanging out, nothing crazy. It got later than I meant it to, and my parents were strict about curfew, so I decided to head home on foot. I'd done the walk plenty of times before, even after dark. It was just a part of living out there. The air was cold and sharp, the kind that makes your lungs feel clean, and there was a decent moon out, so it wasn't totally black. I remember feeling pretty okay, just a little tired, my breath making these little clouds in front of me. The first part of the walk was fine, quiet, the kind of quiet you only get out in the woods at night. No cars, just the sound of my own footsteps on the gravel shoulder of the road. My house was about 1.5 miles away, down a road that cuts through a thick part of the forest. I was maybe 10 minutes into the walk, just reaching this narrow section where the trees press in really close on both sides, when I first heard it. It wasn't a twig snap or a rustle, it was a footstep, a heavy, distinct crunch in the frozen leaves off to my left, inside the tree line. I stopped walking, my head whipping toward the sound. I stood there for a second listening, my heart starting to thump a little harder. Nothing, just the silence again. I shook my head, thinking it was a deer. We get a lot of them. They're big, they make noise. I started walking again, a bit quicker now. Then I heard another one. Crunch, and another. Crunch. It was keeping pace with me, not random, not an animal just moving through. This was rhythmic. Step for step, I'd take a step on the gravel, and a half-second later this heavy, deliberate crunch would come from the woods, maybe 30, 40 feet in. My mouth went dry. This wasn't a deer. Deer don't pace you. They bolt. They freeze. They don't match your stride. I picked up my pace, my boots scuffing quicker on the gravel. The footsteps from the woods matched me, step for step, a little quicker now. Crunch, crunch, crunch. I tried to peer into the trees, but it was just a wall of shadows and moonlight fragments. The moon was behind me, casting my own long, skinny shadow ahead on the road. Then I saw its shadow, or I saw a patch of deeper darkness move between two big Douglas firs. It was tall, so damn tall. The top of its head was level with branches I knew were a good 8-9 feet up, and it was broad. It wasn't lanky. It was a solid, wide shape, just standing there, keeping pace with me without even seeming to try. I felt this cold dread just pour into my stomach. This wasn't right. This was all wrong. I stopped, dead in my tracks. The footsteps in the woods stopped at the exact same moment. The silence that fell was heavier and more terrifying than the noise had been. It was a listening silence. It was waiting for me. I could feel my hands shaking. I shoved them into my jacket pockets, my fingers going numb from the cold and the fear. I started walking again, slowly, my eyes glued to that spot between the trees. The footsteps started again, perfectly in time. Crunch, crunch. My breath started coming in little shallow puffs. I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears, a frantic, panicked drumming. I needed to run. I knew I needed to run, but some stupid part of me was afraid that if I ran, it would trigger it. Like I was playing a game with a predator, and running meant I lost. Then I saw it again. Not a shadow this time. The moonlight caught it just right as it moved from behind one tree to another. It was a silhouette, but I could make out the shape of a massive head set on shoulders that were just impossibly wide. It didn't walk like a man. It had a sort of rolling, powerful gait, its arms swinging, and it was so close to the edge of the tree line now, maybe 20 feet away. That's when I broke. I couldn't take it anymore. I spun around and I just ran. I didn't think. I just pumped my legs as hard as I could, my backpack slamming against my back, my lungs burning from the cold air, and the thing in the woods ran too. The second my feet hit the gravel in a sprint, the forest just exploded with noise. It wasn't just footsteps anymore, it was a full-on charge. I heard branches snapping, not little ones, but thick, wrist-thick snaps, like they were nothing. It was crashing through the underbrush, and it was fast, so much faster than me. I could hear its feet pounding the ground, these deep, thudding impacts that I could feel through the soles of my shoes, and I could hear it breathing. That's a sound I will never, ever forget. It wasn't panting like a person or a dog. It was this low, guttural huffing sound. Huff, huff, like a bellows, deep and powerful and full of effort, but not strained. It was keeping up with me, without even trying hard. I was sobbing as I ran, tears blurring my vision, snot running down my face. I didn't care. I just ran. The road curved up ahead, and I knew that around that curve was an intersection with a streetlight. That light was my only goal. It was safety. It was the world I knew. The crashing in the woods was getting closer. It was right alongside me now, just on the other side of the last line of trees before the road. I could smell it. This is a detail I never told anyone because it sounds insane. It was a smell, a thick, heavy, musky odor, like wet dog and old leaves and something else. Something sour and wild. It flooded my nose and my mouth, and I almost gagged. I risked one look to my left. I saw its leg, a massive dark hairy column as thick as my whole torso, slamming down into a patch of ferns just 10 feet away from me. The ferns just disappeared under it. That's when I knew how truly big it was. My brain just short-circuited. Then it roared. It wasn't a sound. It was a physical force. It wasn't a bear roar. It wasn't a lion roar. It was deeper, angrier. It started as this incredibly low growl that vibrated in my chest and then erupted into this full-blown, deafening roar that seemed to shake the very air. It was pure rage. It was a sound that said, "I see you, and you are mine." The hair on my arms and the back of my neck stood straight up. My blood went cold. That roar is what gave me the last burst of speed I didn't know I had. I screamed, a pathetic, strangled sound, and I poured everything I had into my legs. The intersection was right there. I could see the yellow glow of the streetlight on the asphalt. I burst out of the narrow, dark part of the road and into the circle of light. I didn't stop running. I sprinted across the intersection, and only then, when I was a good 50 feet past the light, did I skid to a halt on the gravel, my chest heaving, my legs like jelly. I doubled over, hands on my knees, vomiting onto the ground from pure terror and exhaustion. When I could finally breathe, I forced myself to turn around and look back. The road behind me was empty. The forest was just a solid wall of blackness. The crashing had stopped. The breathing had stopped. It was silent again, the same quiet as when I started, but now it felt sinister. It felt like it was hiding something. I stood there shaking uncontrollably, staring into that darkness, waiting for it to come crashing out into the light after me. It didn't. But then, from deep within that wall of trees, so deep I couldn't pinpoint a location, it let out one last sound. It wasn't a roar this time. It was a guttural, drawn-out yell, a long, angry, frustrated sound that echoed through the trees for a second before it was swallowed by the silence. It was a sound of promise, a sound that said, this wasn't over. I didn't walk the rest of the way home. I ran, the whole way. Looking over my shoulder every few seconds, I slammed the front door shut behind me, locked it, and slid down to the floor, crying. My mum came down, asked what was wrong. I just said I thought I saw a bear and got scared. She bought it. What else was I supposed to say? The next morning, in the clear, cold light of day, I had to know. I had to see if I'd imagined it all. I made my dad drive me back to that part of the road in his truck. I told him I thought I'd dropped my phone. We pulled over near the intersection. I got out and walked back to the narrow section. And there it was, in the soft, wet ground, right at the edge of the tree line, where the thing had been running parallel to me, was a line of footprints. They were huge. I mean, my own size 10 boot print looked like a kid's next to them. They were long, maybe 18 inches and really wide. They were deep too, pressed into the ground with a force that suggested something incredibly heavy. And the stride, the distance between each print was massive. It would have had to be a full sprint for a person to make strides that long. The gravel on the road shoulder was all kicked up and disturbed in a long line, exactly where I'd been running. My dad called out from the truck, "Find your phone." I just looked at those prints leading back into the dark, silent woods. I looked at the snapped branches on the bushes nearby. I smelled that faint, lingering musk in the cold air. "Yeah," I yelled back, my voice shaky. "Found it." I never walked home that way after dark again. I still don't. I'm older now, but if I have to drive down that road at night, I lock the doors and I don't look at the tree line. I just stare straight ahead at my headlights, because I know what was in there that night. I don't know what to call it, but I know it was real, and I know it wasn't just passing through. For those few minutes, on that cold December night, it was hunting me. And the worst part, the part that still haunts me, is the feeling that it let me go. Story 11. I live on my boat. Have for about 8 years. It's a 32-foot cabin cruiser. Nothing fancy, but it's home. Her name's the Wanderlust, but that's not really important. Back then, I was spending a lot of time up in the Pacific Northwest, just drifting through the endless networks of rivers and inlets. It's a different world up there. The water is this deep, almost black-green, and the trees come right down to the edge, so thick you can't see 10 feet into them. It's beautiful, but it's a heavy kind of beautiful. It feels old, and it feels very, very alone. This particular stretch of river was one of the quietest I'd ever found. I'd been following this narrow, winding channel for most of the afternoon, the engine a low grumble in the deep silence. I finally found a spot where the river widened into a small, still cove. It was perfect. Tall cedars and firs formed a solid wall around the water, their reflections so perfect it was like looking at a mirror image. I killed the engine, and the silence that rushed in was absolute. Not even birds. I remember feeling a deep sense of peace, the kind you only get when you're truly by yourself. I dropped the anchor, heard the chain rattle out, a sound that always feels like closing a door on the world. The day was normal. I fished off the stern, caught a couple of small trout for dinner. I read a book on the deck, the sun warm on my skin. I made some coffee on the little propane stove, normal boat stuff. As dusk started to settle, that deep blue gloom of the forest, I remember feeling completely content. I wasn't scared. I'd spent hundreds of nights in places more remote than this. The idea of being afraid never even crossed my mind. I went to bed around 10, I think. Read for a bit with the small LED lamp clipped to my bunk. The boat was rocking gently, that soft, familiar creak of the hull and the lines. It usually puts me right to sleep, and it did. I was out. I don't know what woke me up. It wasn't a sound. It was the absence of sound. That's what hit me first. The boat had stopped its gentle rocking. The water was suddenly still like glass, and it was quiet. I mean dead quiet. In the woods, there's always noise, always. The rustle of something in the undergrowth, the chirp of insects, the call of an owl, the water lapping. It's never silent. But this was. It was a thick, heavy silence, the kind that presses on your eardrums. I was lying in my bunk, and I remember holding my breath, just listening to nothing. My heart was starting to thump a little harder in my chest. This wasn't right. Then I heard it. Thump. It was a heavy, solid sound. From the shore. Not a branch breaking. This was a weight. A lot of weight. It was slow, deliberate. Thump. Then a pause. A long one. Long enough for me to think maybe it had stopped. Thump. It was getting closer. Each one was a little louder, a little clearer. It was walking. That's what it was. Something was walking along the shore, coming towards the cove. The steps had a cadence to them, a rhythm that was too even, too spaced out to be a bear. A bear is more of a loping, shuffling sound. This was a stride, a slow, heavy, two-legged stride. I sat up in my bunk, the sleeping bag falling away. I was cold all over, a cold sweat that had nothing to do with the air temperature. My mouth was dry. I swung my legs out and stood up, the boat floor cool under my bare feet. I crept over to the starboard side window, the one that faced the shore. The moon was out, a 3/4 moon, and it cast a weak, silvery light over the cove. I could see the tree line, a solid black wall about 30 yards away. The footsteps stopped. The silence came back, even heavier than before. I was pressed against the window, my forehead against the cool glass, my eyes straining to see into the shadows between the trees. I couldn't see anything moving. Maybe it was gone. Maybe it was a moose. A big bull moose can make a hell of a noise. I was trying to convince myself of that, my brain scrambling for a logical explanation. Then I saw them, 2 points of light, red, a dull glowing red, like hot coals. They were in the trees, but they were high up, way too high. I'm 6 feet tall, and these things were a good foot, maybe 2 feet, above where my own eyes would be if I was standing on the shore. They were just hovering there, unmoving. My breath caught in my throat. I couldn't swallow. This wasn't a moose. This wasn't a bear. This wasn't anything I knew. The eyes just stared. They didn't blink. They didn't move. They were fixed right on my boat, right on me. I knew it could see me, even in the dark, through the glass. I felt seen. I felt observed, like a bug under a microscope. Then it stepped out of the trees. The moon lit it up just enough for me to see the shape of it. It was massive. I'm not talking about a big guy. I'm talking about a shape that seemed to block out part of the forest behind it. It was built, thick through the chest and shoulders, and covered in what looked like long, shaggy hair, dark brown or black. It was hard to tell. And it was walking upright, completely upright. Its arms were long, hanging down by its sides, and they swung slightly with its movement. The way it moved was what got me. It wasn't clumsy. It wasn't an animal awkwardly standing up. Its movements were slow, deliberate, powerful, like it had all the time in the world, and this was its place. It took 2 more steps towards the water's edge, and then it stopped, maybe 15, 20 yards from my boat. It was just standing there, facing me. The red eyes were still glowing. I could see its head was large, and it seemed to have a sort of conical shape. But in the dark, details were impossible. It was just this huge, dark, upright thing on the shore. I was frozen. My hands were gripping the edge of the counter I was leaning against, my knuckles white. I was trembling, a full-body shake that I couldn't control. This was a primal fear. This was the fear your ancestors felt when a predator was outside the cave. It's in your DNA. It's not a thought. It's a physical reaction. My stomach was a tight knot. I think I might have been whimpering, just a little quiet sound in the back of my throat. It lifted its head slightly, and it made a sound. It wasn't a roar. It was a low, rumbling noise, a half-growl, half-grunt that seemed to come from deep in its chest. I felt the sound as much as I heard it, a low vibration that carried across the still water. It was a considering sound. It was sizing me up. I know how that sounds, but that's what it felt like. It was assessing the boat, assessing me. The intelligence in that moment was palpable. This wasn't just a dumb animal. It was thinking. Then it opened its mouth. The sound that came out wasn't of this world. It started as a low growl that ripped upwards into a high-pitched, piercing scream. It was deafening. It wasn't just loud. It felt like it was inside my skull. The sound vibrated through the hull of my boat. I could feel it in the soles of my feet. It was a scream of pure, raw power, and it was filled with, I don't know, anger, challenge, warning. It was the most terrifying sound I've ever heard, before or since. It felt ancient. It felt wrong. That scream broke the paralysis. Panic took over, pure, unthinking, animal panic. I stumbled back from the window, my heart hammering against my ribs like it was trying to get out. I needed a weapon. My mind latched onto that one idea. I have a rifle, an old 30-30 lever action I keep for emergencies, mostly just peace of mind. It was in a locker at the foot of my bunk. I scrambled for it, my hands shaking so bad I could barely work the combination lock. I finally got it open, yanked the rifle out. I fumbled a box of shells from the shelf, my fingers numb and clumsy. I managed to get 4 cartridges into the magazine, the brass clicking into place. I worked the lever, chambering around. The sound was loud and solid in the silent boat. The scream had stopped. The silence was back. I crept back to the window, the rifle stock cold against my cheek. I peered out. The shore was empty. The thing was gone. The red eyes were gone. There was nothing there but the moonlit trees and the still black water. I didn't lower the rifle. I stood there pointing it at the empty shore for what felt like an hour. My whole body was trembling. Adrenaline was coursing through me, making my vision sharp and my hearing hypersensitive. Every tiny sound the boat made, a creak, a groan, made me jump. I was waiting for it to come back. I was waiting for it to step out of the trees again, or worse, for the sound of something heavy stepping onto my swim platform at the stern. I spent the rest of the night like that, huddled in the main cabin, my back in a corner, the rifle across my knees. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. Every few minutes, I'd hear something. A crack in the woods would make my head snap up. A fish jumping would make my heart leap into my throat. But I never saw the eyes again. Not that night, the moment the sky started to turn from black to a deep, watery blue. I moved. My muscles were stiff and sore from sitting tense all night. I didn't even think about coffee. I didn't think about anything except getting the hell out of there. I went up to the flybridge, my eyes scanning the shore the whole time. It looked peaceful, innocent, just a quiet forest at dawn. I started the engine. The sound was violently loud in the stillness, and I half expected the scream to answer it. It didn't. I went to the bow, my hands still shaking, and I pulled up the anchor. The chain was heavy, and the mud came up with it, smelling of the river bottom. I didn't care. I stowed it, got back to the helm, and put the boat in gear. I didn't look back as I nosed out of the cove and into the main channel. I just pushed the throttle forward and didn't slow down until I was miles away. But it wasn't over. For the next 3 days, as I made my way back towards civilization, I felt watched. It's a hard feeling to describe, but you know it when you feel it. The hair on the back of my neck would stand up for no reason. I'd be scanning the shorelines, and I'd catch a movement, but when I looked, there was nothing. And I heard things. Distant knocks, like someone hitting a tree with a big stick, a deep guttural grunt that would echo across a valley and then cut off. It was letting me know it was still there. It was following me. Or maybe it was just letting me know I was still in its world. I haven't been back to a remote spot like that since. I stick to marinas now, places with lots of people and lights. I sold the rifle a year later. It felt useless after that. What good is a 30-30 against something that... What? What was it? I know what people think. They think Bigfoot, Sasquatch, a legend, a story. I used to think that too. I don't anymore. I saw it. I heard it. I felt it scream in my bones. It was real. It was there. And sometimes late at night when I'm lying in my bunk, listening to the sounds of the marina, I'll close my eyes and I'll see them again. Those two glowing red eyes, just watching me from the trees. And I know with a certainty that chills me to my core that it's still out there. And it remembers me too. Story 12. This one night it was the middle of summer, so the air was heavy and wet, even after the sun went down. We had the window unit air conditioner in the living room chugging away, but my room, which I shared with my sister, was at the far end of the trailer. It got stuffy. We had this one small, high window way up near the ceiling. It was maybe 2 feet tall and a foot wide, just a square of dark glass most nights. I remember waking up because the feeling in the room had changed. It wasn't a sound that woke me. It was this pressure, this feeling of being watched so intensely that it physically pulled me out of my sleep. My heart was already thumping in my chest, a hard, fast rhythm that felt like it was shaking the whole bed. I lay there frozen, listening. The trailer was quiet, just the hum of the fridge and the distant rattle of the AC. But it was a wrong quiet. It was the kind of quiet that feels like it's holding its breath. I turned my head, real slow on the pillow. My sister was in the other bed, and I could see the outline of her. She was awake too. I could tell by the way she was lying, absolutely rigid. She wasn't even blinking. Then her head moved just a fraction, and her eyes, wide and white in the dark, locked onto mine. She didn't say a word. She didn't have to. She was feeling it too. That's when I looked at the window. It wasn't a square of dark glass anymore, it was blocked. Something was pressed against it, something big and dark, and in the middle of that darkness were 2 points of light. They weren't reflecting light, they were making their own. A dull, deep red, like the coals at the bottom of a dying fire. They just hung there in the blackness, unmoving. My breath caught in my throat. I couldn't make a sound. I couldn't move. It was like every muscle in my body had turned to stone. My bladder felt suddenly full, and a cold sweat broke out all over my skin, prickling under my pajamas. This wasn't a dog. It wasn't a deer. A deer on its hind legs wouldn't be that tall. That window was high. To look through it, something had to be at least 7, 8 feet tall. The eyes just stared. They didn't blink. They didn't move. They were just fixed on us, this steady, burning red gaze that felt like it was pinning me to the bed. I could feel the weight of that stare. It was intelligent. It wasn't the blank stare of an animal. It was a looking stare. It was studying us. I don't know how long we lay there. It could have been 10 seconds or 10 minutes. Time just stopped. The only things in the whole world were me, my sister's terrified breathing, and those 2 red eyes in the window. I remember the smell of my own fear, a sharp, metallic smell in my nose. I remember the rough texture of the cotton sheet under my clenched fists. Then, without a sound, the darkness shifted. The red eyes vanished. The window was just a window again, a square of slightly less dark night sky. We didn't move for a long time. We just lay there, listening. There was no sound of footsteps, no crack of a twig outside. Nothing. Whatever it was, it had moved away silently. Finally, I heard my sister let out a shaky breath, and then she started to cry, this quiet, hiccuping sob she was trying to smother in her pillow. We never talked about it that night. We were too scared. We just eventually, somehow, fell back into a fitful, terrified sleep. When we told our mom the next morning, she said it was probably a nightmare we both shared, or an owl with glowing red eyes that was 8 feet tall. We knew what we saw. That was the first time. It set the tone for everything that came after. We were jumpy after that, scared of the dark in a way we never had been before. The woods weren't just woods anymore. They were a place where that thing lived. A couple of weeks later, the second thing happened. It was a Saturday afternoon. My mom and I were in the living room watching TV. My sister was playing in her room. The show was on, some comedy, and we were just lounging around. Then the whole trailer shook. It wasn't a small shake. It was a massive, heavy bang that came from the back end, my end of the trailer. It was so violent that the plates in the kitchen cupboard rattled, and the picture on the TV screen jumped and fizzed with static. It felt like a car had slammed into the side of our home. My mom and I just stared at each other, our mouths open. For a second, there was dead silence, and then the panic set in. "What in God's name was that?" my mom shouted, and she jumped up, running to the back of the trailer. I was right behind her, my heart trying to hammer its way out of my ribs. We got to my bedroom door. Nothing seemed out of place inside. My mom yanked open the back door, the one that led out to the small wooden steps. We both looked out. Nothing. No car, no fallen tree branch. Then I looked down at the metal door itself. There was a dent, a huge one. It was right in the middle of the door, about chest high for my mom, which meant it was way up high for me. The aluminum was pushed inward in a big, shallow bowl shape. It wasn't a scratch or a scuff. It was a proper dent, like something very heavy and very solid had hit it with immense force. My eyes dropped to the ground below the steps. The dirt was soft there from a recent rain, and in the dirt, clear as day, were footprints. They were bare footprints, but they weren't human. They were long, really long and narrow. The toes weren't distinct like our toes. The front of the print was just a broad, rounded shape. They were sunk deep into the mud. I remember my mom grabbing my shoulder, her grip tight. She saw them too. We both just stared. The sheer size of them is what I can't forget. I put my own sneaker next to one later, and my foot was like a baby's foot compared to it. My dad was a big man, size 12 shoes, and this was way bigger. To make a print that deep and to hit the door that high up with enough force to dent metal, whatever did it, had to be huge. I'm talking at least 8 feet tall, probably more. And it was barefoot. We went back inside and locked the door. My mum called the sheriff's office. A deputy came out, a nice enough guy, but you could tell he thought we were just a couple of hysterical women. He looked at the dent, looked at the footprints and shrugged. He said it was probably a bear that walked on two legs and punched our metal door. He didn't have any other answers for us. What could he say? After he left, the reality of it settled in. That thing, the thing with the red eyes, had come back. It hadn't just looked this time. It had touched our home. It had made its presence known in a way we couldn't ignore or explain away. The fear became a permanent resident in our trailer after that. We checked the locks 5 times before bed. Every little noise from outside made us jump. The worst part, the moment that sealed it all for me, happened that winter. It was December, still dark out in the early morning. My sister and I were waiting for the school bus at the end of our long gravel driveway. It was cold, the kind of damp Florida cold that gets into your bones. We were standing under the dim yellow glow of the bug light on the power pole, huddled together for warmth, our breath making little clouds in the air. The woods were on the other side of the road, a solid wall of shadows. It was quiet, the kind of deep quiet you only get right before dawn. Then we heard it, a rustling in the palmetto bushes, not the light skittering of a raccoon or an armadillo. This was a heavy, deliberate movement, the kind of sound something big makes when it's pushing its way through thick undergrowth. We both froze, our eyes glued to the spot where the sound was coming from. The palmetto fronds were like big green fans, and they started to shake. Then one of them, way up high, was lifted, not knocked aside, but lifted deliberately, like a hand was pushing it up. Behind it, in the gap, was a shape, a dark, massive shape, blacker than the shadows around it. I couldn't make out any features, just a solid bulk, and I felt it looking at us. I couldn't see its eyes, but I felt the same focused attention I'd felt from the window months before. The frond dropped back into place. A few seconds passed. Then, about 10 feet down, another frond was lifted. The dark shape was there again, peering out from this new vantage point. It was watching us. It was moving parallel to the road, staying just inside the tree line, and it was lifting the fronds to get a clear look at us. My sister's hand found mine and squeezed so hard it hurt. We couldn't speak. We couldn't run. We were just stuck there, 2 kids waiting for a school bus, while this thing stalked us from the shadows. It did this over and over again for what felt like an eternity. Lift a frond, stare, drop it, move, lift, stare, drop. It was methodical. It was hunting us with its eyes. This went on for at least 10 minutes. The whole time, the bus was late. The sky was starting to get a little grey at the edges, but the woods were still a pit of blackness. Every time that frond lifted, my stomach would clench into a cold, hard knot. We were completely exposed under that one stupid light. Finally, we heard the distant groan of the school bus coming down the road. The second we heard it, the movement in the bushes stopped. The last frond that had been lifted fell back into place. The woods went still. The bus rounded the corner, its headlights cutting through the gloom. The door hissed open and we scrambled up the steps, not saying a word to the bus driver. We collapsed into the first seat and looked out the window as the bus pulled away. The woods were just woods again, empty, quiet. But we knew it was still in there. It had been there all along, that summer night at the window, that afternoon at the back door, and that cold morning on the road. It was a part of our world, this lurking, unknown creature that watched us, that tested the walls of our home, that followed us in the dark. We never saw the red eyes again after that first time, and we never found another dent or footprint. But the feeling never went away. The certainty that it was out there, that it knew where we lived, that it was curious about us. That's the part that stays with you, the not knowing what it wanted, the not knowing why it chose us, the not knowing if it's still out there, right now, watching someone else's window. Story 13. It had been a gorgeous morning when we set out, sunny, warm, the kind of day that makes you forget about all the crap in your life. We spent hours scaling the rocks near the falls, laughing and joking around, feeling like we were on top of the world. The forest there is dense, really thick with pines and hardwoods, and the air smells like damp earth and pine needles. We'd packed light, just some climbing gear, a tent, and enough food for a night. But around late afternoon, the sky started to darken, and we felt that shift in the air that tells you a storm is coming. We hurried down from the cliffs, just as the first drops of rain began to fall. The rain came down hard, not just a drizzle, but a full-on downpour that soaked everything in minutes. We were drenched, shivering, and knew we needed to find shelter fast. We'd parked my old pickup truck off a forest road, and we scrambled to get our stuff together. Instead of driving back to town, which would have taken over an hour on those muddy roads, we decided to camp in a secluded clearing we'd spotted earlier. It was off the main path, surrounded by tall trees that offered some cover, and it felt like our best bet to wait out the storm. We set up the tent in a hurry, our hands shaking from the cold and the rush, and managed to get a fire going once the rain eased up a bit. The wood was wet, so it took forever, but we finally had a decent blaze that warmed us up and dried our clothes some. By then it was fully dark, and the forest was dead quiet except for the crackling of the fire and the occasional drip of water from the trees. We were all exhausted from the climb and the adrenaline of the storm, so we just sat around the fire, eating some canned beans and talking in low voices. The clearing felt isolated, like we were the only people for miles, and I remember feeling a little on edge, but I brushed it off as just being jumpy from the weather. We didn't have any cell service out there. This was the 90s, so phones were basically bricks anyway, and that added to the feeling of being completely cut off. Then, around 11:30 at night, things started to get weird. I was half dozing, leaning against my backpack, when I heard something moving in the woods around us. At first, I thought it was just an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon. But the sound was different. It wasn't the light rustling of small critters. This was heavier, like something big was pacing in a wide circle around our camp. I sat up straight, my heart starting to beat faster, and I could see my friends were hearing it too. We all froze, listening. The movement was steady, not hurried, but it was definitely circling us, maybe 50 to 100 yards out. The firelight didn't reach far, so everything beyond the circle of light was pitch black, and the sounds seemed to come from all directions. One of my buddies whispered, "You hear that?" And we all nodded, not saying much else. We tried to play it cool, joking that it was probably a bear or something, but the jokes fell flat because none of us were laughing for real. The air felt thick with tension, and I could feel the hairs on my arms standing up. Then out of nowhere, there was this deep grunt. It wasn't like any animal sound I'd ever heard, not a bear's growl or a deer's snort. It was lower, guttural, like it came from something with a massive chest. It echoed through the trees, and for a second, everything went silent again, like the forest was holding its breath. That's when the scream happened. It was loud, piercing, and it came from the same direction as the grunt, maybe 50 to 100 yards away. I can't even describe it properly. It was part human, part animal, but wholly terrifying. It sounded like something in agony or rage, and it cut through the night so sharply that we all jumped to our feet. The scream woke us up fully. I hadn't realized how drowsy I was until that moment. My heart was pounding in my ears, and I could feel a cold sweat breaking out on my back. We huddled closer to the fire, our eyes wide, scanning the darkness. No one was joking about Bigfoot anymore. The fear was real, raw, and we were all thinking the same thing, but too scared to say it. We stayed by that fire for what felt like hours, not talking much, just listening. Every little noise made us flinch. A twig snapping, the wind rustling leaves. I remember my hands were trembling, and I kept gripping the handle of my camping knife, even though I knew it wouldn't do much against whatever was out there. The movement had stopped after the scream, but the silence was almost worse because it felt like something was watching us. We could hear our own breathing, the fire popping, and nothing else. It was eerie, like the forest had gone dead because whatever was out there had scared everything else away. We didn't sleep much that night. Every time one of us started to doze off, another sound would jolt us awake. We kept the fire burning high, adding more wood whenever it died down, because the light felt like our only protection. I kept imagining shapes in the shadows, my mind playing tricks on me, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. The air was cold, and I was shivering even with the fire, partly from the chill and partly from fear. My friends were just as spooked. One of them kept muttering under his breath, "What the hell was that?" But none of us had an answer. When the sun finally started to come up, it was a relief, but the fear didn't completely go away. The forest slowly lightened from black to grey, and we could see the mist hanging low in the trees. We were exhausted, bleary-eyed, and just wanted to pack up and get out of there. As we started to gather our gear, one of my buddies pointed at the ground near the fire pit. "Hey, look at this," he said, his voice shaky. That's when we saw them. Footprints, huge ones, unlike anything I'd ever seen. They were pressed into the soft, wet earth around the edge of our camp, and they were massive. Each one was about 18 inches long. I knelt down to get a closer look, my stomach turning over. The prints were deep, like whatever made them was heavy, and they had a distinct shape, almost human-like, but with a wider toe area. They circled our camp, just like the sounds we'd heard, and led off into the trees. We followed them for a few yards, but they disappeared into the thicker undergrowth, and we didn't dare go further. Seeing those footprints made everything real. It wasn't just our imagination or some random animal. Something big had been right there with us while we slept or tried to sleep. The hairs on my neck stood up again, and I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the morning cold. We didn't say much after that. We just packed up our stuff as fast as we could, throwing everything into the truck without bothering to fold the tent properly. The whole time, I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see something watching us from the trees. We drove out of there in silence, none of us wanting to talk about what happened. The forest road was muddy from the rain, and the truck slid a couple of times, but we didn't care. We just wanted to be on pavement again. When we got back to Helen, we stopped at a diner for coffee, but we still didn't really discuss it. It was like if we didn't talk about it, it might not be true. But I knew, and they knew, that we'd experienced something we couldn't explain. I've been back to that area a few times over the years for hiking, but I never camped in that clearing again. Every time I'm in the Chattahoochee, I'm extra cautious, listening for sounds that don't belong, watching for movement in the trees. I've never heard or seen anything like that since, but it stuck with me. To this day, I have no idea what it was, a bear, a hoax, or something else, but those footprints, that scream, they're burned into my memory, and I still get that same knot in my stomach when I think about it. I guess some things just don't have an explanation, and maybe that's the scariest part. Story 14. It was Halloween 2016. I remember because my oldest had just turned 11 that summer, and he was finally old enough to go trick-or-treating with his friends, but he'd chosen to stick with me and his younger siblings instead. That small act of loyalty made the whole evening feel special right from the start. I'm Shannon, by the way, Shannon Morgan. We live in this little town in Oregon that's basically just a cluster of houses shoved right up against the Wallowa-Whitman National Forest. Out here, the trees are your neighbors, and Halloween isn't just a holiday, it's a whole production. Everyone goes all out. That day had been one of those crisp, clear October days, the kind where the air smells like pine needles and cold dirt, and the sky is so blue it almost hurts to look at. By the time the sun started to dip behind the mountains, the excitement in the house was a physical thing, buzzing in the air. My 4-year-old, my little girl, was a bumblebee, her yellow and black stripes already looking a little rumpled. The 9-year-old was some kind of zombie superhero with fake blood drawn clumsily across his cheek, and the 11-year-old, my serious one, had opted for a simple ghost sheet with eye holes he'd cut himself, which were a little too far apart, so he kept having to tilt his head to see. We set out around 6 o'clock, just as the last of the daylight was giving way to a deep purple twilight. I had a big, heavy-duty flashlight, the kind that throws a beam you could signal a plane with. The streets in our neighborhood are quiet, just a grid of maybe 30 houses, and on Halloween, it feels like the whole place comes alive. Porch lights were on, jack-o'-lanterns grinned with flickering candlelight, and fake cobwebs draped over every bush. You could hear the laughter of other kids echoing, the rustle of candy and plastic pumpkins, the occasional shout of "thank you," followed by a slamming door. I was holding my little girl's hand, her small, warm fingers tucked securely in mine. The boys were a few paces ahead, their costumes swishing as they ran from one house to the next, their voices high and bright. I remember feeling so content, so perfectly situated in that moment. This was what it was all about. This was the good stuff, the memories you tuck away and pull out on a bad day. The air was cold enough to see our breath, and the beam of my flashlight cut a clean white path through the gathering dark. We'd been out for maybe 45 minutes, and the kids' bags were getting satisfyingly heavy. We were working our way down Hemlock Street, which is a short, dead-end road that backs right up into the thickest part of the woods. The houses are a bit more spread out down there, and the streetlights are fewer. At the very end of the street was the Miller place. Old Man Miller had passed away a couple years back, and the house had been bought by some folks from Portland who apparently were really into Halloween. Their display was legendary. They had animatronic witches that cackled, a graveyard with skeletons that popped up, and strobe lights that made everything look jerky and surreal. It was the highlight of the route. The boys, of course, made a beeline for it, their feet crunching on the gravel driveway. My little girl tugged my hand, her bee wings bobbing. "Come on, Mommy, the scary house." I smiled and let her pull me forward. Okay, we're going." We stopped at the foot of the driveway. The display was even more intense up close. A fog machine churned out a low, milky mist that curled around our ankles. One of the witches let out a piercing shriek, and my girl squealed and pressed herself against my leg, half scared, half thrilled. The boys were already bounding up the porch steps, where a motion-activated zombie butler slowly raised a tray of candy. "I'll wait here, guys," I called out. "Hurry up!" I didn't want to get any closer to all the noise and flashing lights. It was giving me a bit of a headache, so I stood there in the middle of the long, unpaved driveway, shifting my weight from one foot to the other. The air was colder here, away from the main cluster of houses. The forest felt close, a solid wall of darkness just beyond the reach of the strobe lights. I swung my flashlight beam idly around. It swept across the manicured lawn, with its plastic tombstones, over the side of the house, where a tangled blackberry bush grew wild, and then into the side yard. The side yard was a narrow strip of land between the house and the tree line. It wasn't part of the decoration. It was just there, tall, unkempt grass, a few ferns, the shadows deep and absolute. And that's when I saw it. My beam passed over it, and my brain, for a full second, refused to process what my eyes were seeing. It was just a shape, a tall, dark shape. I swung the beam back, my heart doing a weird little stutter in my chest. It was a figure. It was standing perfectly, utterly still, right at the edge where the lawn met the woods. It was between two big pine trees, its back to the thickest part of the forest, facing the house, facing me. My first thought, my logical Halloween night thought, was that it was part of the display. A really good statue of Bigfoot or something. The people who lived here had gone all out, right? This must be their pièce de résistance, a hyper-realistic Sasquatch, but then the details started to sink in, and the logic began to crumble. It was huge, I'm not just saying tall, I'm 5'8", and this thing, it towered. It had to be over 7 feet tall, maybe closer to 8. Its shoulders were impossibly broad, a solid mass of muscle that tapered down to a narrower waist. Its arms were long, too long, hanging down past its knees. They were thick, powerful looking, ending in hands I couldn't really see clearly, but they looked heavy, and it was covered in hair. Fur. It wasn't a uniform brown like a bear. It was a dark, matted, blackish brown, and in the beam of my flashlight, I could see variations in the color, lighter patches on its chest and around its muzzle. Its muzzle, that's the only word for it. It had a face that was both ape-like and strangely human, but not human at all. The brow ridge was heavy, shadowing its eyes, which caught the light and reflected back at me with a faint, dull amber shine. It wasn't moving, that was the worst part. It wasn't shifting its weight, it wasn't breathing. At least I couldn't see its chest moving. It was just planted there, a statue. But my gut, some primal part of my brain that hadn't evolved past living in caves, was screaming at me that this was no statue. This was a living thing, a predator, and it was watching us. A coldness washed over me that had nothing to do with the autumn air. It was a deep internal chill that started in my stomach and spread outwards, freezing my limbs, locking my joints. My breath hitched in my throat. I couldn't look away. My flashlight beam was trembling, making the shadows on the creature's body quiver. I could see the texture of its fur now, individual strands clumped together in places, wet with dew or something else. I could see the sheer mass of it, the power in its stillness. It was so much bigger than any man, any bear, anything that had any right to be standing in a suburban side yard in Oregon. This wasn't a costume. The thought was like an ice pick to my brain. No zipper, no seams, no plastic eyes. The way the fur moved in the slight breeze, it wasn't stiff fake fur. It was a pelt, and the smell. I hadn't noticed it at first, but now it hit me, carried on a shift of the wind. It was a smell I know from camping, from hiking deep in the woods. It was the smell of wet dog, but 100 times stronger, mixed with something else, something foul and musky, like old meat and rotten earth. It was the smell of the deep woods, the places where people don't go. It was real. The terror that flooded my system was so absolute, so pure, it was almost paralyzing. Every hair on my arms and the back of my neck stood straight up. My heart wasn't just beating fast, it was slamming against my ribs like it was trying to escape. My mouth went completely dry. My kids were right there on the porch laughing, completely oblivious. They were chattering with the zombie butler, their backs to this thing. I had to get them out of there. Now, I forced myself to move. My body felt heavy, uncoordinated, like I was moving through water. I tore my eyes away from the creature and looked at the porch. "Kids!" I called out, and my voice came out as a strained, high-pitched thing, nothing like my normal tone. "Time to go, right now." The 11-year-old turned, his ghost sheet twisting. "But Mom, we just got here." "Now!" I barked, and the sheer force of the panic in my voice made him jump. He grabbed his brother's arm. My little girl was still looking at the witch, confused. I didn't wait. I strode forward, my legs feeling like rubber, and scooped my daughter up into my arms, her little bee wings dug into my chest. "We have to go, baby," I whispered into her hair, my voice shaking. "We're going to the car." "But my candy," she whined. "We have plenty," I said, already turning, already walking back down the driveway, faster now, almost at a jog. I didn't look back at the side yard. I couldn't. I herded the boys in front of me with my free hand. "Walk fast, guys. Don't run, just walk fast." "What's wrong, Mom?" the 9-year-old asked, his zombie makeup smeared. "Nothing. I have a headache from the lights. We need to go home." The lie felt flimsy and transparent, but they were kids. They bought it, grumbling a little but complying. My car was parked a couple of blocks away on the main street. Those 2 blocks felt like a marathon. Every shadow between houses felt alive. Every rustle of leaves in the wind made me flinch. I was hyper-aware of everything behind me. I could feel it back there. I knew it was still watching. The weight of its gaze was a physical pressure between my shoulder blades. I clutched my daughter tighter, her small body a fragile anchor in a world that had just tilted off its axis. I was so scared. I felt nauseous. My hands were trembling so badly I could barely grip my daughter and the flashlight. I kept the beam pointed straight ahead, a narrow tunnel of safety, refusing to let it stray to the sides, terrified of what I might see lurking in the dark spaces between the houses. We reached the car. I fumbled with the keys, my fingers numb and clumsy. I finally got the door unlocked and practically shoved the kids inside. Buckle up now," I said, my voice tight. I slammed the door and ran around to the driver's side, my head on a swivel, scanning the dark tree line across the street. Nothing, just trees and shadows. I got in, locked the doors and started the engine. The interior light went out, plunging us into the dim glow of the dashboard. My hands were shaking uncontrollably as I gripped the steering wheel. I took a deep, ragged breath. "Mom, are you okay?" my oldest asked from the back seat. "I'm fine, honey. Just tired." I forced a calmness into my voice I did not feel. I put the car in drive and pulled away from the curb, my movements jerky. I couldn't help myself. As I drove past the entrance to Hemlock Street, I slowed down. I looked down that dark, dead-end road towards the Miller house. The strobe lights were still flashing, a silent, frantic pulse in the distance, and there, at the very edge of the property, just beyond the reach of the lights, where the solid blackness of the forest began, I saw it again. It had moved. It was no longer in the side yard. It was standing at the mouth of the driveway now, as if it had taken a few silent, massive steps to watch us leave. It was just a silhouette, a towering black cutout against the slightly less black forest, but I knew it was the same thing. I could feel it. It was still, always so still. Then I turned the corner, and it was gone from view. The drive home was a blur. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see a massive dark form loping behind the car. I got the kids inside, helped them out of their costumes, and went through the motions of bedtime, brushing teeth, reading a story, all while my heart continued its frantic, panicked rhythm. I felt disconnected from my own body, like I was watching a movie of myself. After they were all asleep, I went to the living room and sat in the dark. I didn't turn on the TV, I just sat there, staring out the big picture window that looks out into our backyard, which itself borders the forest. Every snapping twig, every hoot of an owl made me jump. I was straining my ears, listening for something else, for the sound of heavy, deliberate footsteps, for the crack of a thick branch. I didn't sleep at all that night. I just sat there, wrapped in a blanket, watching the trees. The image of that thing was burned into the back of my eyelids. Its impossible height, its unnatural stillness, the way it just stood there, observing, a silent king in its domain, watching the little humans play dress-up on the edge of its world. I never went back to that street on Halloween. I make up excuses every year. We go to a different neighborhood, or we have a party at our house. The kids have asked about the cool house with the zombies, but I just tell them it got too crowded. I still live here. I see the woods every day. I hike in them sometimes, though I never go too deep, and I always go with a group. I carry bear spray now. Not that I think it would do much good. People talk about Bigfoot around here, of course they do. It's a local legend, a fun story for tourists. They sell little wooden statues of him in the gift shop, but I know it's not a legend. I know what I saw. It wasn't a bear, it wasn't a man in a suit. It was something else, something old and wild, and so much more real and terrifying than any ghost or goblin. It was a creature that doesn't belong in our world of streetlights and paved roads. But it's here anyway, living in the shadows just beyond our sight. And sometimes, on a quiet, dark night, when the wind is just right, I catch a whiff of something on the air, a faint, musky scent of wet fur and rotten earth, and my blood runs cold all over again. I'll look out at the wall of trees at the edge of my property, and for a second, I'll think I see a patch of darkness that's just a little too tall, a little too still, a patch of darkness that's watching me back, and I know with a certainty that sits like a stone in my gut that it's still out there. Ndaitati, Story 15, Adikas. That morning, I woke up just before sunrise. It wasn't a noise that stirred me. It was more like a feeling, this heavy sense that something wasn't right. You know how sometimes you just know you're not alone, even if everything looks normal? That's what it was like. My bedroom was on the ground floor with a window that faced the woods. I had a simple bed, a wooden desk, and not much else. The window had a screen but no curtains, so the first light of dawn usually crept in and woke me gently. But this time, the light was blocked. I opened my eyes, and my heart just dropped. There was this massive shape pressed up against the screen, completely filling the window frame. It was so close, I could see the details even in the dimness. Its face was dark and covered in thick, matted hair, and its eyes, God, those eyes, were deep-set and reflective, like how a dog's eyes glow in car headlights. They seemed to lock onto mine, and for a second, I couldn't breathe. I was frozen, lying there in my bed, staring back at this thing. My whole body went cold, and I could feel the hairs on my arms standing up. It felt like minutes, but it was probably only a few seconds before I snapped out of it. I scrambled out of bed so fast I almost tripped over my own feet. My heart was hammering against my ribs, and I didn't even think. I just bolted out of my room and down the hall to my parents' bedroom. I didn't knock. I burst in and shook my dad awake. He was groggy, mumbling something about it being too early, but I must have looked terrified because he sat up right away. "There's something outside my window," I managed to say, my voice shaky. He didn't ask questions. He just got up, pulled on his pants, and grabbed a flashlight from the nightstand. We hurried back to my room, but by then the window was empty. The shape was gone. My dad shone the light around outside, but there was nothing there. Still, the feeling of dread hadn't left me. I could still smell this weird, musky odor in the air, like wet dog and earth, and it made my stomach twist. My dad must have sensed it too, because he said, "Let's check outside." I didn't want to go, but I followed him, my legs feeling like jelly. We stepped out the back door into the cool, damp morning. The sky was starting to lighten, casting a pale grey glow over everything. The grass was wet with dew, and the air smelled of pine and damp soil. For a moment, everything seemed normal, just the usual sounds of birds starting to chirp and the rustle of leaves. Then we saw it. Over near the edge of the woods, about 50 yards away, this huge figure was moving. It was walking slowly, almost casually, along the tree line. I'd never seen anything like it. It had to be at least 9 feet tall, with shoulders so wide they looked like they could carry a small car. Its body was covered in jet black hair that was long and shaggy, and it moved with a kind of heavy grace, like it owned the place. The sheer size of it made my breath catch in my throat. I remember thinking, this can't be real. But it was right there, plain as day. My dad and I just stood there, staring. I could feel his hand on my shoulder, gripping tight. The creature stopped and turned toward us. Its head swung around, and those reflective eyes fixed on us again. Time seemed to slow down. I could see its face more clearly now. The hair was thick around its mouth and nose, and its eyes were dark pools that seemed to see right through me. There was no anger in its look, just this intense, primal curiosity that made my skin crawl. I felt small, like a bug under a microscope, and for a second I was afraid it would charge at us. But it didn't. Instead, after what felt like an eternity, it turned away and started moving again. But this time, it wasn't walking. It was running, and it was fast. Unbelievably fast. It lunged into the woods, and as it went, it plowed through a patch of young pine trees. They weren't big trees, maybe a couple inches thick, but it snapped them like they were twigs. The sound was loud and sharp, like bones breaking, and it echoed through the quiet morning. I could hear the crunch of branches and the thud of its footsteps fading into the distance. Within seconds, it was gone, swallowed up by the trees. We stood there for what felt like ages, just listening to the silence that followed. My heart was still racing, and I could feel cold sweat on my back. My dad finally let out a breath I didn't realize he'd been holding. "What in God's name was that?" he whispered, more to himself than to me. I didn't have an answer. We went back inside, and the whole house felt different, colder, emptier. We sat at the kitchen table, not saying much. I kept replaying the image of its face in my mind, those eyes staring right at me. My hands were trembling, and I had to clutch them together to steady them. The rest of the day was a blur. We didn't go near the woods, and every little noise made me jump. I kept looking out the windows, half expecting to see it again. My dad called a few friends later that morning, but no one had seen anything like it. We didn't report it to anyone official. Back then, people would have thought we were crazy, so we just tried to go about our day. But the fear lingered like a shadow. The next day, our neighbor from down the road came over, all excited. He'd seen something too, early in the morning, around the same time we had. He described it almost exactly. Huge, black-haired, moving fast near the woods. He even talked about wanting to grab his rifle and go after it, like it was some kind of trophy. But my dad and I told him to hold off. We explained what we'd seen, how real and intimidating it was, and that shooting at something like that might not be the best idea. He seemed disappointed, but he listened. I think he could see the fear in our eyes. Even now, all these years later, I can close my eyes and see that face at the window. I've never forgotten the way it looked at me, or the sheer size of it as it fled into the woods. I've read stories about Bigfoot and other creatures, but I never put much stock in them until that day. Whatever it was, it felt ancient and powerful, and it left me with a fear that's never completely gone away. Sometimes, when I'm out in the woods or alone at night, I'll get that same uneasy feeling, and I'll remember that morning in November. I still don't have any answers, and I doubt I ever will. Story 16. It was still dark when I woke up that morning, the kind of dark that feels heavy and solid. My alarm hadn't even gone off yet. I'd set it for 5, but my eyes just snapped open at 4:30. I remember lying there for a minute, listening to the house creak, thinking I should just go back to sleep, but I was already awake, and the thought of that tree stand was itching at me. I'd been scouting a new spot for weeks, right on the edge of the Michaud State Forest in Adams County. It felt promising, so I got up. The floor was freezing under my bare feet. I pulled on my layers, thermal underwear, thick socks, my old camo pants, a hoodie. I remember my fingers were clumsy and cold trying to tie my boots. I grabbed my bow, my backpack with some water and a granola bar, and I headed out. The back door groaned when I opened it, the sound way too loud in the silent pre-dawn air. Stepping outside was like walking into a freezer. It was that dry, biting cold that seeps right through your clothes. The ground was frozen solid, covered in a thin skin of frost, and it crunched with every single step I took. Crunch, crunch, crunch. It was the only sound. I remember thinking it was stupidly loud, that I was announcing my presence to the whole woods. I tried to walk on the balls of my feet to be quieter, but it didn't help much. The sound just echoed in my head. My truck was parked about 50 yards from the house. I threw my gear in the passenger seat, the cold vinyl stinging my hand through my glove. The engine turned over with a reluctant grumble, and I let it idle for a few minutes, the heater blasting cold air at first. I sat there, watching my breath plume in the dim green light from the dashboard. My plan was to park at the end of a logging road and hike in about a mile to my stand. It was a new spot, like I said, a place I'd found during the summer that had a great game trail running through a thick patch of mountain laurel. The drive was quiet. No other cars on the back roads at that hour, just me and my headlights cutting 2 weak tunnels through the absolute blackness. I found the turnoff, the ruts in the dirt road frozen hard as concrete, making the truck jolt and shudder. I parked, killed the engine, and the silence rushed back in, thicker than before. It's a special kind of quiet out in the woods before the sun comes up. It's not peaceful, it's a waiting quiet. I got my stuff and started walking. The crunching started again. My headlamp cast a bobbing circle of light on the ground in front of me, just enough to keep me from tripping over roots. The woods were a wall of blackness on either side of the path. I'd walked about 200 yards from where I'd parked, maybe a little less, when I heard it. It wasn't a scream, not really. It was a howl, a long, drawn-out, low-pitched howl that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It didn't taper off like a coyote's howl. It just hung in the air. This deep, guttural sound that vibrated right in my chest. It felt wrong. My stomach just dropped. I mean, it physically lurched. I froze mid-step, 1 foot hovering over the frozen leaves. My heart was suddenly hammering against my ribs, a frantic, panicked beat. I stood there for a full minute, maybe more, not moving a muscle, just listening. But there was nothing else. Just that silence again, which now felt menacing. My mind raced, trying to fit that sound into a box I understood. A bear? No. A coyote with a sore throat? Maybe. That's what I told myself. It's just a coyote. You're spooking yourself. Get a grip, Shannon. I forced my foot down and kept walking, but my pace was quicker now, and I was scanning the darkness around my headlamp's beam, seeing shapes in every shadow. I found my tree. I'd set up a climbing stand a few weeks back on a big oak. My hands were shaking as I attached my bow to the pull-up rope. I remember fumbling with the knot, my fingers numb and stupid. I started climbing, the metal sections of the stand clinking softly against each other. Every sound I made felt like a gunshot. I got to my perch, about 25 feet up, and I pulled my bow up. I sat down, fastened my safety harness, and finally let out a breath I felt like I'd been holding since I heard that howl. I turned off my headlamp. The darkness was complete for a second, and then my eyes started to adjust. The world became shades of gray and black. I could make out the shapes of the trees, the thick, glossy green of the mountain laurel bushes below me. I tried to settle in, to get into that patient, quiet mindset you need for hunting. But I couldn't. My nerves were jangling. That sound was stuck in my head, playing on a loop. I sat there for what felt like an hour, just watching the sky slowly lighten from black to a deep, bruised purple. The woods were dead quiet, no squirrels chattering, no birds. Nothing. That in itself was weird. At first light, the forest usually starts to wake up. This morning, it felt like it was holding its breath, and then everything changed at once. It started with a sound to my left, not a small sound, a crashing, like something big was plowing through the underbrush, not even trying to be quiet. I gripped my bow tighter and leaned forward, peering into the dim light. A second later, 4 deer exploded from the laurel thicket. They weren't just running, they were fleeing. I've seen spooked deer before, but this was different. Their eyes were wide, white-rimmed with pure terror. Their bodies were tensed, muscles straining, running flat out. They blew past my tree, so close I could hear their panicked, snorting breaths. They didn't even glance up at me. They were just gone, the sound of their hooves fading quickly. My heart was in my throat. What the hell spooks 4 deer that bad? A mountain lion? A bear? I was scanning the area where they'd come from, my whole body tense, and that's when I heard the next sound. Footsteps, not the light, quick patter of a deer or the clumsy rustle of a bear. These were steady, heavy, 2-legged footsteps. Thump, thump, thump. A slow, deliberate walk, coming from the same direction the deer had fled. I stopped breathing. I literally held my breath. My knuckles were white where I was gripping my bow. I could see movement in the laurel now, flashes of something dark brown moving between the leaves. It was big. Whatever it was tall. My brain was screaming, "Person, it's just another hunter." But the gait was wrong. It was too heavy, too powerful, and it was coming right towards my tree. Then it broke through the laurel. It wasn't a person. It was a creature. It had to be 8 feet tall, maybe more. It was covered from head to toe in a thick, matted, tangled coat of brownish hair. It wasn't walking anymore. It was running, this powerful ground-eating lope that was somehow completely silent. The footsteps I'd heard must have been from when it was walking slowly, because when it ran, it made no sound at all on the frozen leaves and twigs. None. It ran right under my stand. It was so close I could see the muscles moving in its shoulders and back. I could see individual clumps of dirt and leaves stuck in its hair. It didn't look up. It didn't even seem to know I was there. It just moved, this massive, impossible thing, and vanished into the trees on the other side of the trail. The sheer, gut-wrenching terror that washed over me is something I can't even describe. It was a cold wave that started at the top of my head and went all the way to my feet, freezing me in place. My mind was just static. I couldn't form a single coherent thought. I just stared at the empty space where it had been, and then it got worse. A second one appeared, slightly smaller but still huge, same brown shaggy hair. It followed the exact same path, running silently under my tree and disappearing. My body started to tremble, a fine, uncontrollable shaking. I thought I was going to be sick. I thought I was going to pass out. But there was a third. This one was different. It was just as big as the first, maybe bigger, and it wasn't running empty-handed. It was dragging something. At first, my brain, refusing to accept what I was seeing, thought it was a deer carcass. But it wasn't. The thing it was dragging was smaller, maybe the size of a small child. It was covered in lighter, almost reddish hair, and its limbs were flopping limply. It looked like a baby version of them. The big one had it by one arm, and it was hauling it along, moving just as fast and silently as the other two. They were a family, a goddamn family. The thought exploded in my head, and with it came a fresh wave of horror so profound it felt like my soul was trying to crawl out of my body. I watched that third one dragging its young, and then it too was gone. The woods were empty again. The whole thing, from the first one appearing to the last one vanishing, lasted maybe 10 seconds, 15 at the most. It felt like a lifetime. For a long time I didn't move. I couldn't. I was frozen to that tree stand. My harness the only thing keeping me from falling. My body was shaking so hard, my teeth were chattering. I just stared at the spot where they'd disappeared, waiting for them to come back, waiting for one of them to look up and see me. That's when the smell hit me. It wafted up from the ground where they'd run. It was a foul, thick stench. It smelled like a garbage dump on a hot day, mixed with wet dog, and something else underneath it, something rotten and musky. It was so strong it made my eyes water. I gagged, covering my nose and mouth with my hand, but I could still taste it in the back of my throat. I don't know how long I sat there. The sun came up properly, casting long, weak beams of light through the trees. The world looked normal again, but it wasn't. It would never be normal again. Somehow I found the courage to move. My movements were slow, jerky. I unhooked my bow from the tree, my hands trembling so badly I could barely operate the clasp on my safety harness. Getting down the tree was a nightmare. I was convinced that at any second, a huge, hairy arm would reach out from behind the trunk and grab me. I kept scanning the woods, my head on a swivel, expecting to see glowing eyes watching me from the shadows. When my feet finally hit the ground, my legs almost buckled. They felt like wet noodles. I didn't even think about packing my stand. I just left it there. I grabbed my bow and I started walking back to my truck. I didn't walk. I stumbled. I half ran, my heart pounding, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see them following me. That awful smell seemed to cling to my clothes. I made it to the truck. I fumbled the keys, dropped them in the leaves. My hands were shaking so much I finally got the door open, threw my bow in and scrambled inside, locking the doors immediately. I sat there for a long time, just gripping the steering wheel, trying to get my breathing under control. I drove home in a complete daze. I don't even remember the drive. I never went back for that tree stand. I never went back to that part of the woods. A few weeks later, I was talking to an old-timer at the local diner, and I mentioned vaguely seeing some strange things. He just nodded and said, "Yeah, there's things in that state forest that ain't in the guidebooks." Later that year, I was hiking with a friend a few miles from that spot, and we found a set of tracks. They were huge, way bigger than a bear's, and clearly bipedal, 5 toes. My friend thought it was a hoax. I knew it wasn't. I've heard tree knocks out there too, sharp cracks that sound like someone hitting a trunk with a giant baseball bat, always in pairs, always from places no person should be. That one cold morning, in a few terrifying seconds, my whole understanding of the world just broke. The forest isn't just trees and animals anymore. It's a place where things I can't explain live and walk and hide. I go out there sometimes, but I'm always looking over my shoulder, always listening for a sound that doesn't belong. I saw what I saw, I smelled what I smelled, and sometimes, when the wind is just right, I swear I can still catch a hint of that rotten, musky garbage smell, and it brings the whole thing back like it was yesterday. I was 25 feet up a tree, and I have never felt more exposed or more helpless in my entire life. I don't know what they were, I just know they're real. Story 17. Okay, I'm just going to type this out. I've been sitting on it for over a year now, and I think if I don't get it out, it's just going to fester. I've read some of the stories on here, and I never thought I'd be one of you guys posting, but here I am. My hands are already sweating just thinking about it. So, last summer, it was a Tuesday, I'm pretty sure. Middle of August. The air had been thick for weeks, not just normal summer thick, but this choking, heavy blanket of smoke from the wildfires burning up in the Trinity Alps. The sky was this weird, constant orange-grey color, like the world was stuck in a dirty sunset. You could taste it, this bitter ash taste at the back of your throat. No matter how much water you drank, it got into everything, your clothes, your car, your lungs. It made the whole world feel sick and wrong. I live in Whitmore, way out in Shasta County. It's not much, just a scattering of houses in the trees. My commute to the community college in Redding takes me down this old logging road for a good 20 minutes before I hit the proper highway. It's a narrow, winding strip of cracked asphalt, lined on both sides by a wall of ponderosa pines and manzanita. Normally I don't mind it. It's quiet, peaceful. I used to love the smell of the pines in the morning, but that summer the smoke stole all the good smells. That morning, I had my son Leo in the back. He was 11 months old at the time, just a little guy, happy as anything, babbling away to himself in his car seat, drooling all over the toy he was clutching. I remember glancing at him in the rearview mirror, his big blue eyes just taking in the weird orange light coming through the windows. I had the air conditioning on recirculate, trying to keep the worst of the smoke out for his little lungs. I was running a little late. I'd been up with him a couple times in the night, so I was tired, my brain feeling fuzzy. The road was empty, like it almost always is. The only sound was the hum of my old Toyota's engine and the faint, staticky voice of a news reporter on the radio talking about fire containment, or lack thereof. I came around this one bend, a long, gentle curve to the left. The smoke was a little thicker in this dip, hanging low over the road like a fog. The visibility was maybe a couple 100 feet ahead of me, and that's when I saw it. Something stepped out of the trees on the right-hand side of the road. My brain didn't process it right away. It was just a shape, a tall, dark shape moving through the haze. For a split second, I thought it was a bear. We get black bears around here, sure, but this was wrong. It was too tall, and it was moving all wrong. It walked on 2 legs. It crossed the road right in front of my car. I'd say it was maybe 50, 60 feet ahead. Not far at all. It didn't run. It didn't hurry. It just strode. Its legs were so long, its gait was this powerful, effortless lope. It covered the entire width of that single-lane road in maybe 3 strides. 3. Time didn't slow down. It just got very, very clear. Every detail burned itself into my head. It was tall. I'm bad with heights, but if I had to guess, it was way over 7 feet, maybe closer to 8. It was covered in hair, but it wasn't like a uniform fur. It was shaggy, matted in places, a dark brown, almost black color, and running down its back from its shoulders to its rear end, were these thick, silvery gray streaks, like the hair on an old dog's muzzle, but all down its spine. That's the detail I can't get out of my head, those gray streaks. Its arms were long, swinging at its sides as it walked. They were thick, powerful looking. I didn't see its face clearly. It was angled away from me, looking straight ahead into the trees on the other side. Its head was kind of conical, I think, but I was so focused on its back, on those gray streaks, that the head is just a dark shape in my memory. The whole crossing took maybe 2 seconds. 2 seconds for this thing to step out of the pines, cross the road, and disappear into the trees on the left. It didn't break stride, it just melted back into the shadows and the smoke like it had never been there. And then the cold hit me. It was a physical sensation, a wave of ice-cold dread that started in my stomach and just radiated out through my whole body. It wasn't a chill, it was a deep, primal cold that locked up my joints. My foot, which had been lightly on the brake, just slammed down. The car jerked to a stop, the seatbelt cutting into my shoulder. My heart wasn't pounding. It felt like it had stopped completely. There was just this hollow, silent void in my chest for a second. Then it came back with a violent, painful thud that made my vision pulse. My first thought, my only coherent thought, wasn't about the thing. It was about Leo. I whipped my head around so fast my neck cracked. He was still there in his car seat, looking at me with a slightly surprised expression because of the sudden stop. He had his little stuffed frog in his hand. He was fine. He was safe. Then the fear for him, for me, for our situation just exploded. It was a pure animal terror. I was alone on a deserted road with my baby, and that thing was out there, in the trees, right there. My eyes were glued to the spot where it had vanished. The trees were just trees. The smoke drifted. Nothing moved. But I knew it was there. I could feel it. The air felt heavy, charged, like before a lightning strike. The silence was absolute. The radio had cut out, probably from the dip in the road. All I could hear was the frantic, wheezing sound of my own breathing and the blood roaring in my ears. My hands were clenched on the steering wheel, my knuckles white. I could feel a cold sweat breaking out all over my body, soaking through my shirt. I was trembling, a fine, uncontrollable shake that started in my hands and ran all the way up my arms and into my core. I couldn't stay there, I couldn't. What if it came back? What if there were more? My mind was screaming at me to move, to get out, to get to safety. Slammed my foot on the gas. The tires squealed on the asphalt, the car lurching forward. I didn't care. I sped down that road, my eyes flicking between the road ahead and the woods on the left where it had gone. Every shadow looked like a moving shape. Every cluster of manzanita looked like a crouching figure. My heart was hammering against my ribs so hard, I thought I might be sick. I kept checking the rearview mirror, expecting to see it standing in the middle of the road behind us, or worse, loping after the car with those huge, ground-eating strides. But there was nothing, just the empty, smoky road. The rest of the drive to the campus was a blur. I drove way too fast, my body tense, my jaw clenched so tight it ached. I didn't let myself think. I just focused on the yellow line in the road, on getting to a place with other people. When I finally pulled into the college parking lot, my whole body was shaking. I sat there for a minute, just trying to breathe, my forehead resting on the steering wheel. The cold feeling was still there, a knot of ice in my gut. I got Leo out of his car seat, holding him so tight he started to fuss. I carried him into the building, not letting go, my head on a swivel, scanning the landscaped bushes and trees around the campus. It felt stupid, but I couldn't help it. The world wasn't safe anymore. I made it to my office, shut the door, and just sat at my desk, holding Leo in my lap. He was warm and solid and real. I kept smelling his head, that baby smell, just to ground myself. The rational part of my brain was trying to kick in. A bear, a weird tall bear, a person in a suit, a trick of the light and the smoke. But I knew deep in my bones that it was none of those things. I saw what I saw. The way it moved, the sheer size of it, the effortless power. That wasn't a bear, and who the hell would be out in full-body fursuit on a smoky logging road at 7 in the morning? Later that day, after I'd calmed down a little, I was in the break room getting coffee. A couple of my co-workers were there, guys who'd lived in the area their whole lives. I didn't know how to bring it up. I felt like an idiot, but I had to say something. I just kind of mumbled, "Weird drive in this morning. Saw something big cross the road out by Whitmore, one of them, Dave. A groundskeeping guy who's built like a lumberjack and doesn't scare easy. Just looked at me and nodded slowly. He didn't laugh. He didn't ask what it was. Yeah, he said, his voice low. The woods have been loud lately. The other guy, Mark, chimed in. You hear the knocks? I shook my head, not understanding. Big, deep knocks, Mark said, like someone hitting a tree with a sledgehammer. But there's never anyone there. Happens out near the creek behind my property. My dog goes nuts. Dave nodded again. Heard some screams too. Not a coyote, not a mountain lion. Something else. Something that sounds almost human, but not right. Makes the hair on your arms stand straight up. They went back to talking about their schedules, like they'd just been discussing the weather. But that casual confirmation, the fact that they'd experienced things too, didn't make me feel better. It made the cold knot in my stomach tighten. This wasn't a one-off, this was a thing. It was real. That was the day everything changed for me. The forest around my home, the woods I'd grown up around, the trails I used to hike without a second thought. They're different now. They're not just peaceful anymore. They feel watched. They feel occupied. That familiar, comforting blanket of trees feels like a curtain now, hiding things I don't want to see. I still drive that road to work. I have to. But my knuckles are always white on the steering wheel when I hit that bend. I hold my breath until I'm past it, and I always check the back seat before I get in the car, even in the middle of the day. I look at those trees, the deep shadows between the pines, and I can't shake the feeling that something is looking back. Something tall, with grey streaks on its back, that can cover a road in just a few strides. And I know, with a certainty that keeps me up at night, that the only reason it let us pass was because it decided to. Doom. Story 18. This was a few years back, late summer. I was up at Davis Lake, northwest of Kettle Falls, Washington. It's a spot my family had been going to for years. It's not a fancy campground with hookups or anything. It's the kind of place you go to get away from everything. Dense woods, quiet lake, the whole deal. I was there with my nephew and a couple of his friends, all of them around 16 or 17. I was the adult supervision, which basically meant I brought the truck and made sure nobody did anything too stupid. The day had been normal, hot. The kind of hot where the air feels thick and the pine smell is just heavy. We'd set up camp, fished off the shore without much luck, and cooked burgers on the fire, the usual. The boys were laughing, messing around, the kind of easy noise that makes you feel like everything's right. As it got dark, we sat around the fire, just talking about nothing. The sky was clear, and you could see a crazy amount of stars, no city lights to wash them out. It was peaceful. I remember feeling pretty content, just listening to the fire crackle and the occasional sound of something small moving in the bushes. Normal forest sounds. I turned in before the kids. They were still wired, talking about some video game, but I was tired from the drive. Our tents were set up in a small clearing near the fire pit, with a thick, overgrown slope rising up behind us. It was steep and dark, even during the day. The kind of slope you wouldn't bother climbing unless you had to. I must have slept for a few hours. I woke up because I needed to pee. It was that kind of urgent, middle-of-the-night need that you can't ignore. I fumbled for my headlamp, my fingers clumsy with sleep. The red light clicked on. I always use the red setting at night. It wrecks your night vision less. I unzipped the tent as quietly as I could. The air outside was cold, a real chill that went right through my t-shirt and pajama pants. The fire was just a pile of glowing embers, casting a faint orange light that didn't reach very far. Everything else was swallowed by a deep, heavy blackness. The boys' tent was quiet. I could hear one of them snoring softly. The outhouse was up a little path, maybe 60, 70 yards from our campsite. It wasn't far, but in the middle of the night, with just a headlamp, it felt like a mile. I started walking, the beam of red light bouncing on the dirt path in front of me, my breath plumed in the air. It was dead quiet. Not just quiet, but a thick, pressing silence. The kind where your own footsteps sound too loud. I was about halfway to the outhouse when I heard the first rustle. It wasn't a small sound. It wasn't a squirrel or a deer. Those sounds are light, skittery. This was a heavy, deliberate movement in the bushes off to my left, up the slope. I stopped dead. My heart, which had been beating slow and sleepy, suddenly kicked into a higher gear. I turned my head, aiming the red beam toward the sound. The light just hit the first line of ferns and salal bushes, turning them a weird blood-red color. I couldn't see anything beyond that, just darkness. I stood there for what felt like a full minute, just listening. Nothing. Maybe it was a bear, I thought. They're around. Just be big, make noise, and it'll move off. I took a shaky breath and was about to start walking again when I heard it. Thump. It came from up the slope, maybe 100 yards away. But the distance wasn't the thing. The thing was the sound itself. It was low, incredibly low. It wasn't loud, not like a gunshot, but it had a physical weight to it. I felt it in my chest, a deep, resonant thump that vibrated right through me. It was followed by a perfect, steady silence. Then, a second later, another one. Thump. Same exact sound, same deep tone, same vibration in my ribs. A third one. Thump. 3 deep, rhythmic thumps. They weren't fast. They were slow, deliberate, like someone hitting a giant drum with a massive log. 1, 2, 3, and then nothing. My blood went cold. I'm not saying that as a figure of speech. I felt a coldness spread from my chest out to my fingers and toes. This wasn't a bear. I've heard bears. They smack trees, they huff, they make noise. This was nothing I'd ever heard. It was too structured, too purposeful. It sounded intelligent. I was frozen. I couldn't make my legs move. I was just staring up into that black wall of trees and brush, my red light doing nothing against it. My mind was racing, trying to find an explanation. A fallen branch. No, too rhythmic, too deep. Some kind of machinery. We were miles from any road. It was impossible. Then I heard the rustling again, closer. It was the same heavy, shuffling sound through the undergrowth, but now it was maybe only 50 yards away. It was moving, not running, but walking. I could hear the crunch of heavy steps on dry twigs and leaves. Whatever it was big, really big, and it was coming down the slope towards me. Panic seized me. It was a pure animal fear that shut down all other thoughts. I didn't care about peeing anymore. I didn't care about anything except getting back to the tent. I turned away from the slope and started walking back towards camp, trying not to run, trying to be quiet. It was the hardest thing I've ever done. Every instinct was screaming at me to sprint. I could still hear it moving behind me, the rustling, the cracking of branches. It was keeping pace with me. I risked a glance over my shoulder, shining my light. Nothing. Just the impenetrable darkness of the woods. But I could feel it. I could feel something watching me. The air felt charged, like before a lightning storm. Then the thump started again. Thump. This time it was closer, way closer. 50 yards, maybe less. The sound hit me in the chest, a physical pressure that made me gasp. The vibration was so strong I could feel it in my teeth. Thump. It was moving. It was following the sound. Each thump was closer than the last. 30 yards now. I was almost running, my heart hammering against my ribs so hard I thought it would break. The red beam of my headlamp was jiggling wildly, making the path ahead look like a wobbly crime scene. Thump. Right there. It felt like it was just on the other side of the first line of trees, 20 yards away at most. The sound was immense. It wasn't just heard, it was felt through the soles of my feet, in the pit of my stomach. I could smell something now too, a musky, thick smell, like wet dog and old leaves and something else, something foul and wild. I broke. I couldn't hold it together anymore. I sprinted the last 20 yards to the campsite. I didn't care about noise. I crashed through the last bit of brush and stumbled into the clearing, my chest heaving. I scrambled over to the boys' tent and practically fell through the door, zipping it shut behind me. All three of them were awake, sitting up in their sleeping bags. Their eyes were huge in the gloom. They had their own headlamps on, and the combined red and white lights made the tent feel like a weird, shaky spaceship. "Did you hear that?" My nephew whispered. His voice was tight with fear. I just nodded, unable to speak. I was gulping air, trying to get my breathing under control. "We heard the banging," one of the other kids said. "It was right outside." "It wasn't banging," my nephew said, his voice trembling. "It was like hits, like something was punching a tree." We all fell silent, listening. For a minute, there was nothing, just the sound of our own ragged breathing. Then we heard the rustling again. It was right above us, at the top of the slope that came down directly behind our tents. We could hear it moving through the thick brush, slow and heavy. It sounded huge. It sounded like it was just pacing back and forth. We didn't say a word. Didn't say a. We just sat there in the tent, huddled together, listening to this thing walk around in the woods, maybe 30 feet above our heads. Nobody suggested going out to look. Nobody said a word about it being a bear. We all knew, on some primal level, that whatever was up there was not a bear. It was walking on 2 feet. I could hear the cadence of the steps. Left, right, left, right, heavy, deliberate. It stayed there for what felt like an hour, just pacing. We didn't move. We barely breathed. The smell came and went, that heavy animal musk seeping into the tent. One of the kids started crying quietly, and nobody made fun of him. I felt like crying too. Eventually the sounds moved away. The footsteps got quieter, heading back up the slope and further into the woods. The smell faded. The forest went quiet again. But it was a different kind of quiet now. It felt watchful. We stayed in that tent, all 4 of us crammed together, until the sun came up. The first grey light of dawn filtering through the tent fabric was the most beautiful, relieving thing I had ever seen. We unzipped the tent and stepped out slowly, like we were expecting it to be right there waiting for us. The campsite looked normal. The fire pit, the coolers, the chairs, everything was exactly as we left it. We looked up at the slope. The bushes and ferns were thick. There was no obvious sign. But then my nephew pointed. "Look." There, in a patch of soft dirt near the top of the slope, just at the edge of the trees, was a single footprint. It was huge, longer than my boot and twice as wide. The outline was clear. It wasn't a bear print. It looked almost human, but not quite. The toes were splayed wide. We just stared at it. Nobody said Bigfoot. We didn't have to. We packed up our gear in record time. We didn't eat breakfast. We just threw everything into the back of the truck, not even folding the tents properly, and got the hell out of there. The drive back to Spokane was dead silent. Nobody talked about what happened. It was like if we didn't say it out loud, it wouldn't be real. But it was real. A week or so later, I was still obsessed with it. I couldn't stop thinking about that sound, the thumps. I work in construction, and we were pouring a new sidewalk. There was a section of thick, hollow cement pole, the kind used for light posts before they're set in the ground. It was just leaning against a truck. On a whim, I went over and picked up a sledgehammer. I swung it hard, hitting the side of the cement pole. Thump. The sound that came out of it was a deep, resonant, vibrating thump that traveled right up the handle and into my bones. It was exact. It was a perfect match. The exact same sound I heard in the woods that night. My co-worker jumped and asked what the hell I was doing. I just stood there, my hands tingling, feeling sick to my stomach. I had recreated the sound. It took a solid, heavy impact on a huge, hollow object to make that noise. That was enough for me. I didn't need any more proof, but a little later I was at my brother's house, and my sister-in-law was there. We got to talking about weird stuff, and I mentioned very vaguely that we'd had a weird night camping. I didn't give any details. She got this look on her face and said, "You were up near Davis Lake, right? Our friends, the Millers. They had something happen up there last year. They were in their camper, just off one of the forest roads. In the middle of the night, something huge grabbed the whole camper and started shaking it, rocking it back and forth. They were terrified. The husband shined a flashlight out the window, and he saw it. He said it was huge and hairy, standing on two legs, and he said there was a smaller one standing off to the side, just watching. She said it so casually, like she was talking about a bad storm. I didn't know what to say. I just sat there, my skin crawling. I know what I heard. I know what I felt. I felt the vibration in my chest from 100 yards away. I heard it walk on 2 feet right above my tent. I smelled its wild, foul smell. I recreated the sound it made with a sledgehammer and a cement pole. That thing was real. It was in those woods with us, and for one long, dark hour, it knew we were there. Story 19. This was back in late October a couple years ago. I was in a real bad spot. Lost my job, then my apartment, and my beat-up old Jeep Cherokee was the only thing I had left that was truly mine. I'd been drifting around central Idaho, just trying to get by. It's beautiful country, but when you're living in your car, the beauty kind of fades into the background. It just becomes a place full of cold nights and empty days. I'd found this spot, an old gravel pit off a logging road deep in the Payette National Forest. It was my spot. I'd go there to be alone, to clear my head, and to do a little target practice when I could afford the ammo. It was a decent place to park for the night, secluded, flat, and I knew I wouldn't be bothered. The pit was a big, scooped-out bowl in the earth, surrounded by a wall of tall pines, so dark they looked black once the sun went down. The gravel was pale gray and crunched under my tires in a way I'd gotten used to. That night, I'd driven in just as the last of the light was draining from the sky. It was cold, the kind of cold that seeps right through the metal of the car and into your bones. I had my dog with me, a mutt I called Bear. He was a big, shaggy thing, part German Shepherd, part who knows what, with a calm, steady temperament. He wasn't a barker. He wasn't easily spooked. That's why what happened later was so wrong. I'd run the engine for a while to get the heater going, but I had to be careful with my gas. Once the car was tolerably warm, I shut it off. The silence that rushed in was absolute. No wind, no insects, nothing, just a deep, waiting quiet. I'd gotten myself a cheap burger in the last town, and I ate that while Bear watched me, his tail thumping softly against the passenger seat. I gave him his share. He wolfed it down, and then he curled up on the seat, sighing like he did every night. I decided to watch a movie on my phone to kill some time before trying to sleep. I downloaded some dumb action comedy, the kind where things blow up and nobody gets hurt too bad. It was a distraction. I propped the phone on the dashboard, leaned my seat back a little, and tried to lose myself in it. It was maybe halfway through the movie when I first noticed something was off with Bear. He was still curled up, but he'd gone rigid. Not the relaxed, sleepy rigidity of a dreaming dog, but a tense, alert stiffness. His head was tucked down, and his ears, which were usually floppy, were pinned flat against his skull. He wasn't growling. He wasn't even looking at the windows. He was just frozen, staring at the back of the driver's seat right in front of his face. "You okay, buddy?" I mumbled, pausing the movie. He didn't twitch, didn't acknowledge I'd spoken. He just stayed there, a tight ball of fur and tension. I figured he'd heard an animal outside, a deer, maybe a raccoon. It happened. I reached over and scratched behind his ear. His skin was tight, quivering under my fingers. That was weird. Bear loved being scratched. He'd usually lean into it, groan with pleasure. Now it was like I was touching a statue. A little prickle of unease went down my spine. I looked out my window. Pitch black, the kind of dark you only get miles from any kind of light. My car was facing the entrance of the gravel pit, so behind me was the deep part of the pit, then the steep wall of trees. I couldn't see a damn thing back there. I rolled my window down a crack, just an inch, and listened. Nothing. No rustling leaves, no snapping twigs. The forest was holding its breath. It was quieter than any place I'd ever been, and I'd been in these woods for months. It was an unnatural silence. The air coming through the crack was frigid, and it smelled of damp earth and pine, a normal smell, but it felt charged, like before a lightning strike. I rolled the window back up, the thunk of the mechanism sounding incredibly loud. "Probably just a squirrel bear," I said, more to myself than to him. He didn't move. I tried to go back to my movie, but I couldn't focus. The unease was settling in, becoming a low thrum of anxiety in my chest. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, but it was just a square of blackness. I checked the side mirrors. Same thing. I was sitting in a little island of dim light from my phone, surrounded by an ocean of nothing. Then it happened. There was no warning sound, no heavy footsteps on the gravel. 1 second the car was level, the next the whole back end just sank. It wasn't a gentle settling. It was a violent, sudden lurch downwards, like something immensely heavy had just stepped onto the rear bumper or planted its hands on the trunk. The entire frame of the Jeep groaned. It was a deep, metallic sound of protest, the sound a car makes when you're loading way too much weight into it. My head jerked back against the headrest. The stuff in the back, my duffel bag, a toolbox, shifted and clattered. The front of the car actually lifted up a few inches, the headlights pointing slightly toward the sky before settling back down. My heart didn't just skip a beat. It felt like it seized completely in my chest, my breath caught in my throat. I was thrown forward against my seatbelt, then slammed back. The entire car was now tilted back at a noticeable angle. The back was a good foot lower than the front. A foot. That's not a small thing. That's a massive shift. My first panicked thought was that another car had rear-ended me, but there was no crash, no shattering glass, no sound at all after that initial groan of metal. And who would be driving back here in the middle of the night? Adrenaline flooded my system, cold and sharp. I fumbled for the keys, my hand shaking so badly I could barely get them into the ignition. I turned them, the engine roaring to life, and I slammed my foot on the accelerator. The tires spun for a second on the loose gravel, then caught, and the Jeep lunged forward. I didn't care about direction. I just wanted to get away from whatever was behind me. I swerved the car around, pointing it toward the logging road exit, and slammed on the brakes, the car skidding to a halt. I threw it in park and yanked on the handbrake. My whole body was trembling. I grabbed the big Maglite flashlight I keep under my seat, my fingers slick with sweat. I shone the beam out the driver's side window, sweeping it across the gravel pit. Nothing, just the pale, churned-up gravel. I swung the light toward the back, where we'd just been. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the spot. There were my tire marks, dug in deep from my panicked escape. But there was nothing else. No animal, no person, no fallen tree branch, nothing that could have possibly caused the back of my 2-ton Jeep to sink down a whole foot. And Bear, he hadn't made a sound. Not a whimper, not a growl. During the whole lurch, he just slid a little on the seat, Now he was still curled in that same tight ball, still staring at the seat back, trembling violently. That scared me more than the jolt. A dog barks at a threat, a dog that is so terrified it goes catatonic. That's a dog that knows it's facing something it can't fight. I sat there for what felt like an hour, my engine idling, my hands glued to the steering wheel. I scanned the tree line with the flashlight until the beam started to dim. Nothing moved. The forest was still preternaturally silent. No owls, no coyotes. It was as if every living thing for a mile around was hiding, holding its breath, waiting for whatever it was to leave. My mind was racing, trying to find a logical explanation. A sinkhole? But the ground was solid gravel, and the depression was right where my car had been, not a general area. A bear? No bear is that heavy, and a bear would have made noise, would have reacted when I sped off. My mind kept skittering away from the only other possibility, the one that sounded crazy, but the feeling in my gut, the pure primal fear, wasn't crazy. It was the oldest feeling in the world. The fear of being prey. After a long time, maybe an hour, the initial shock began to fade, leaving behind a deep, jittery exhaustion. I needed to pee, badly, and Bear hadn't been out since before dark. I knew I had to let him out. The thought of opening that door made my skin crawl. I decided on a plan. I'd drive 100 yards up the logging road to a slightly more open area I remembered. It felt less claustrophobic than the gravel pit. I drove there slowly, my eyes constantly flicking to the rearview mirror, expecting to see something chasing us. There was nothing. I parked, left the engine running and the headlights on, creating a pool of light around the car. I took a deep, shaky breath. Okay, Bear, quick trip. I opened my door and stepped out. The cold air hit me like a physical blow. I left my door open, the interior light adding to the illumination. I kept the maglite in one hand, though it was getting weak. I stood by the door, scanning the wall of trees, my own need forgotten for a moment. Every shadow seemed to move, every rustle of a leaf, and the wind had finally picked up a little, made me jump. "Go on, Bear, go potty," I said, my voice tight. He didn't need any urging. He jumped out of the car, and I've never seen a dog do his business so fast. He didn't sniff around, didn't pick a spot. He just trotted a few feet from the passenger side, squatted, and peed for maybe 3 seconds. The second he was done, he spun around and launched himself back into the car, scrambling over the center console and back into his seat. He immediately curled back into that tight, trembling ball, facing away from the windows. He didn't look back. He didn't wait for me. He just got back into the fortress of the car as fast as he could. That wasn't my dog. My dog would wander, would sniff, would take his time. This was an animal operating on pure, unadulterated instinct. Get safe. Now, I didn't linger either. I got back in, slammed the door, and locked it. The sound of the lock engaging was pathetically small. I just sat there for a few minutes, breathing hard, watching the trees. Nothing emerged. Nothing made a sound. I ended up driving all the way back to the main highway that night. I didn't sleep. I just drove, stopping only at a 24-hour truck stop where the lights were bright and there were other people around. Bear finally relaxed enough to sleep, but he whimpered in his dreams. I've turned it over in my head 1,000 times. A mechanical failure? The rear suspension suddenly giving way, but it was a simultaneous violent lurch, not a slow sag, and it happened the instant after. Bear went stiff. It felt like an action and a reaction. I felt the weight. I heard the metal groan. I know what I felt. I never went back to that gravel pit. I couldn't. To this day, I can't explain what stepped onto the back of my car in the middle of the Idaho woods. I didn't see it. I didn't hear it approach, but I felt its weight. I saw my dog's terror, and I heard the perfect, awful silence that it left in its wake. That's what stays with me the most. The silence. It was the silence of something that didn't want to be heard.